Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name is Tony Payan. I'm the director of the Center of the Claudio X. González Center for the U.S. and Mexico at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the halls of the Baker Institute this morning. As you well know, the governments of Canada, the United States, and Mexico are currently engaged in conversations leading to the review and/or revision of the all-important commercial treaty previously known as NAFTA and today the USMCA. This review and revisions, potentially, are supposed to be concluded by July 1st, unless the parties decide to move forward without a ratification of the agreement and kick the can down the road for a while to 27 or 28 or 29. They got 10 years to do so. Although the sunset or revision clause was inserted into the agreement during the 2017 to 2020 negotiations, what makes this review and potential revision of the accord crucial is the return of Mr. Donald Trump to the presidency in 2025. Mr. Trump has a very specific view of how trade works and very peculiar ideas of the way trade flows should take place. He also imposed tariffs on trade in April 2025, creating great uncertainty among importers, exporters, investors, commercial partners, and many other economic actors. And while the Supreme Court ruled against them this spring, Mr. Trump continues to insist on imposing tariffs on trade otherwise. Other actions by his government have certainly created much turmoil over the future of trade altogether. And that's what brings us here this morning. Beyond that, these negotiations are taking place amid serious tensions between Washington, D.C. and Ottawa, and conditions between Mexico City and Washington, D.C., which give Mexico practically no room for maneuver to bring almost anything to the table. Thus, the outcome of these negotiations will likely depend almost entirely on what the White House wants. So, as we gather here today to think through the negotiations, the outcome of these talks is quite uncertain, although we are confident that some kind of agreement will be reached by July. But again, who knows? The prospects of no agreement under current economic conditions in the United States would certainly create even more turbulence. But what exactly will be the outcome? How has the USMCA performed over these 6 years? What is its future? What can we expect? What changes are more or less likely? To answer all these questions, we are here today calling upon a group of scholars and practitioners. Throughout half a day, we will engage in conversation to see if we can expect a watered-down agreement, the same agreement with only few or minor changes, or an agreement that is substantially modified. And to start our conversation this morning, I really want to welcome a stellar speaker, one of the most authoritative voices on trade, Ambassador Katherine Tai. Ambassador Katherine Tai couldn't travel in person, but she will be joining us here. She's already here on the screen to deliver her remarks, and then we'll ask her. I certainly have some questions for her. But it is my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Katherine Tai, one of the foremost architects of contemporary U.S. trade policy and a leading voice in North American economic integration. Ambassador Tai served as the 19th United States Trade Representative from March 2021 to January 2025, during which she played a central role in shaping and implementing the USMCA. Her work has been widely recognized for advancing a more inclusive and worker-centered trade policy, with particular emphasis on labor standards, environmental protections, and fair competition across North America. Before her cabinet-level appointment, Ambassador Tai built a distinguished career at the intersection of law, policy, and international trade. She served as Chief Trade Counsel for the U.S. House Ways and Means Committee, where she was deeply involved in the negotiation and passage of the USMCA. working closely with lawmakers from both parties to secure bipartisan support. Earlier, as a trade enforcement attorney at the Office of the United States Trade Representative, she litigated trade disputes at the World Trade Organization, gaining a reputation for her strategic rigor and commitment to upholding international trade rules. Ambassador Tai's expertise is grounded not only in technical mastery, but also in a broader vision of how trade policy shapes economic opportunity and regional cooperation. As the first Asian American to serve in the USTR office, she has been instrumental in redefining how the U.S. approaches trade agreements amid shifting global dynamics. As North America approaches this critical juncture, her insights are especially timely and indispensable. Please welcome Ambassador Katherine Tai to this forum. Ambassador Tai, the microphone is yours, and then I'll come back and I'll have some questions for you if you will indulge us. Thank you.
Of course. Tony, let me just do a mic check and confirm that all of you can hear me.
We can, yes.
Super. We are off to the races. Good morning. Thank you so much, Tony, for that incredibly generous introduction. Thank you to the Baker Institute for inviting me to this conference. The USMCA is near and dear to my heart and something that is never far from my mind. At the institute named for Secretary Baker at Rice University in Houston, Texas, I imagine that we have this very much in common. I'm delighted to be able to spend this time with you this morning, and I'm very sorry that I can't be in Houston with all of you for the full agenda and the excellent program. A lot has changed in the last 10 years. Of course, a lot has changed in the last 10 weeks, but also in the last 10 years, especially in trade policy, and trade politics for North America. 10 years ago, in February of 2016, 12 countries, including the United States, Mexico, and Canada, convened in New Zealand to sign the agreement known as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the TPP. 9 years ago, in the first months of 2017, the first Trump administration withdrew the United States from the TPP and began consultations with Congress to initiate a comprehensive renegotiation of the then 23-year-old North American Free Trade Agreement, better known to all of us as NAFTA. As many of you know, the renegotiation between the three countries, dubbed at the time the NAFTA 2.0 negotiations, concluded on September 30th, 2018. The resulting agreement, christened the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, at least in the United States, or USMCA, was signed just a few days later. And over the course of 2019, this was 7 years ago now, the USMCA was again renegotiated, first between the Trump administration and congressional Democrats, who had regained the majority in the House of Representatives in the 2018 midterm elections, and then with Mexico and Canada in the days before the agreement's implementing legislation was submitted to the House and Senate for approval. The USMCA formally entered into force, replacing the NAFTA a little under 6 years ago on July 1st, 2020, several months already into the global COVID-19 lockdown. The 6-year anniversary of the USMCA's entry into force is only 97 days away. And that matters a great deal for today's conference at the Baker Institute and for the North American and world economies. And I'll have more to say about that later. For now, I'd like to pause the countdown and take some moments to reflect on the negotiations that transformed NAFTA into the USMCA that was approved and entered into force. When the first Trump administration opened up the NAFTA for comprehensive renegotiation, it offered two rationales. The first was to fulfill the president's campaign promise to either renegotiate NAFTA, which he considered, and I quote, the worst trade deal ever, something many Democrats also felt, by the way, or to tear it up. The second rationale the administration offered was to modernize or update the agreement, which at that point was more than 2 decades old. Now, taking into account the first rationale, the second one seems clearly, well, a bit ancillary from a political standpoint. The result of the 2017 to 18 renegotiation was a combination of different DNA, some original to NAFTA, and some lifted from established U.S. trade agreement practice as it had been modernized in the intervening decades. These parts of the new agreement were unremarkable because they were more of the same. But the new DNA, reflecting the first Trump administration's commitment to fix, or as they often said, rebalance the unfair and undesirable outcomes of the NAFTA for the U.S. economy, those parts comprise the most consequential pieces of the new agreement because they were also the provisions that recognized long-standing democratic objections to the NAFTA's race to the bottom incentives. These improvements included the full incorporation of updated labor and environment provisions in the core of the agreement and the elimination of the NAFTA side agreements on labor and environment that proved over time to be toothless and ineffective. Second, the significant scaling back of investor-state dispute settlement. And third, new rules of origin for autos in particular that were intended to maintain a high level of North American content in that integrated supply chain, while also favoring US and Canadian content in high-value components. While Democrats viewed these particular changes with some positive interest, when the 116th Congress convened at the beginning of 2019, with Democrats in the majority in the House, they made clear that more changes and more new DNA were required in the USMCA before the agreement could receive a vote. At the beginning of 2019, Nancy Pelosi was Speaker again, and she had already prevailed in a showdown with the Bush 43 administration over a series of bilateral trade deals by demonstrating that there is no statute that can compel a speaker to bring a trade bill to the House floor. As a result, from April to December of 2019, House Democrats, led by Speaker Pelosi and Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal, through a designated USMCA working group of 8 Democratic caucus members, engaged in intensive negotiations with the Trump administration to secure substantial changes to the USMCA on labor, environment, on access to medicines, and enforcement. There are a lot of stories I could tell about those negotiations over the course of 2019 when I was serving as Chief Trade Counsel to the Ways and Means Committee and Trade Subcommittee Staff Director. From staffing the multiple congressional delegations to Mexico that year, to leading a 20-person staff del in advance of the CODELs, to witnessing and participating in various heated exchanges and emotionally explosive moments, and also the enduring friendships of deep respect that resulted from all of it. But that's probably for another time. And having looked at the full agenda, I know that there are participants from past conferences and at today's conference, like Nassim Faisal, who can fill in some of these stories over the coffee breaks. The most important thing I wanted to note is that the substantive negotiations and the political high-wire maneuvers between congressional Democrats and the first Trump administration resulted in even more innovative provisions and consequential changes being incorporated into the final USMCA. These changes included, 1, further strengthening of the labor and environmental rules in the USMCA, including the flipping of the burden of proof for establishing violations of those rules. Second, the requirement for parties to implement bans on the importation of goods produced in whole or in part using forced labor. Third, dispute settlement procedures that ensure the formation of a panel to hear a dispute brought by one party against another, something that was missing in the original NAFTA and even in the first iteration of the USMCA. And fourth, a labor-specific enforcement mechanism, which has come to be called the Rapid Response Mechanism, or the RRM for short, that expands access to the right of individuals or groups to petition a party to initiate a review into whether a specific facility in Mexico has denied the rights of freedom of association or to collectively bargain, which are guaranteed under Mexican law and the terms of the USMCA. Combined with further improvements to the environmental provisions, mechanisms for raising environmental concerns and initiating disputes, plus with changes that improved affordable access to life-saving medicines, the result of the negotiations that took place across the aisle and between the branches of government ultimately garnered the USMCA record-setting votes of approval in the House and Senate. The USMCA implementing legislation was approved by 89% of House members, with more Democrats than Republicans voting for it. One more, the vote was 193 Dems and 192 Republicans. The bill was approved by the same margin of 89% in the Senate a month later. Of course, history doesn't end with the extraordinary congressional vote. In 2021, almost exactly 5 years ago, I was confirmed as the 19th United States Trade Representative and President Biden's principal advisor, negotiator, and spokesperson on U.S. trade policy. For 4 years, it was my job to implement the USMCA, to hold ourselves as the United States accountable for the commitments that we made to Americans, as well as to Mexico and Canada, and to hold our partners accountable for their promises. Implementing the USMCA also meant committing to using the new mechanisms important to so many members of Congress and so many stakeholders, especially those skeptical and burned by traditional U.S. free trade agreements. During my tenure as USTR, we fully litigated 2 disputes against Canada, no surprise on dairy, and a dispute against Mexico's biotech ban on corn. We initiated a dispute over Mexico's energy policies. Between the disputes that we initiated and those that we answered, in the first years of the USMCA's entry into force, we had already well exceeded the total number of disputes that were resolved in the 23-year history of NAFTA. One of the most important acts of implementing the USMCA was, of course, utilizing the RRM. We initiated the first case ever under the RRM in May of 2021, a review of a General Motors facility in Silao, Mexico, following reports of worker rights violations, including intimidation and destruction of ballots during a union contract vote. The action ultimately led to a rerun election where workers rejected the old union, enabling a new independent union and securing better labor conditions at that facility. By the end of my tenure, we had initiated over 30 RRM reviews at facilities across various industries, including automotive, garment, mining, food manufacturing, and services. We favorably concluded almost 24 of them, many resulting in successful negotiations for higher wages, workers' rights trainings, and improved policies at those facilities. The cases directly benefited nearly 42,000 workers by providing nearly $6 million in back pay and increased benefits, securing the reinstatement of wrongly terminated workers, and securing free and fair elections for workers to finally have the chance to select independent unions to faithfully represent them. Every case that remained open and pending when I left office has been carried forward, with a dozen new cases initiated since. And last summer, for the first time in history, a trade panel formed under the RRM rules in the USMCA rendered a decision in favor of workers. This was in an RRM review that I requested in April of 2024 involving call center workers at Atentos Servicios, which the current USTR litigated fully through. I could not be more gratified. The USMCA rapid response mechanism is not perfect by any means, but by using it now across two administrations, we have probed its virtues and its shortcomings. And while the economic impact of each individual case may be limited in scale or scope, the RRM has demonstrated something fundamentally new, that it is possible for trade agreements to empower workers across borders, to hold individual private actors responsible, and that trade and trade agreements are not inherently hostile to the interests of the little guy, the honest working person, or solidarity. What this means for the possibility for the future of trade and a new version of globalization is profound, yet it remains one of the most underappreciated and underreported aspects of North American trade in the last 5 years. And I did want to take this moment to recognize Simon Lester, who tirelessly traces the twists, turns, and most importantly, the logic and reasoning offered behind all U.S. trade moves with his eagle eye and his open mind, including during my tenure. On Simon, none of these developments have been lost, and I wanted to take a moment to thank him in particular. This brings me to the present, 97 days until July 1, when the parties to the USMCA conduct the joint review that requires each to confirm whether it desires to extend the agreement beyond its 16-year term. That's right, you heard me. One of the many innovations of the USMCA that I'm sure this audience well appreciates, that sets the USMCA apart from all other US free trade agreements, is the fact that this agreement is written to last only 16 years, unless the parties agree to extend the agreement. And the first opportunity for parties to do so is at the 6-year anniversary on July 1. Extensions, when they are agreed, are made in 16-year increments from the time of agreement. And each time an extension is agreed, it sets a new 6-year clock for the convening of the next joint review. As you can tell, this provision is a bit complicated and requires a few rereadings. But the implication is simple and very clear. The review is a real inflection point and an opportunity if the parties are ambitious and can withstand the heat of challenging practical and political circumstances to secure important renovations and improvements. As Tony mentioned, 2025 was a tough year for North American relations, and 2026 is not turning out to be any easier. Nevertheless, the economic relationship and the design of the trade agreement that gives shape to the lives and livelihoods of the people in all three countries deserve the best efforts of all three governments. In December, Ambassador Greer presented his views on the operation of the USMCA to Congress. His assessment was mixed, and he concluded by saying that He doesn't think that we can say that the USMCA is an unqualified success. I agree with him for some of the same reasons he offers, but also for different and other reasons. So here are a few of my thoughts with 97 days to go before the joint review takes place. First, in trade, we have long been accustomed to considering foreign direct investment to be only positive and desirable, setting aside narrowly defined national security sensitivities. Increasingly, what we are learning the hard way is that not all FDI is the same, and that we should be more discerning about which FDI benefits our communities, the economic security of our people and our region, and which do not. Developing the parameters and principles for this discernment is something that the United States, Mexico, and Canada would absolutely benefit by working together on. Second, the NAFTA and the USMCA were negotiated before the supply shocks of recent years demonstrated the value chain fragility that single-minded trade liberalization has fostered. Neither version of this agreement was designed to foster resilience. It is high time to learn from the painful lessons of the recent past and the painful lessons that we are experiencing in the current day. Whether it is diversification, reshoring, revitalization, or shifting entire trade paradigms, cooperative industrial strategy is a worthwhile goal for the United States, Mexico, and Canada to develop now. Third, the USMCA sparked the beginning of new, more expansive goals and practice for what trade agreements can accomplish and expanded the beneficiaries of trade to those who have not enjoyed the benefits before. The USMCA parties would be doing themselves, their future selves, and the world an enormous service by continuing to innovate in this direction. And I'll give you just one example, because I'm not just talking about the labor provisions. AI technology development was at a very different stage 6 years ago. The USMCA parties should have a point of view today that reconciles the approach to rebalancing the effects of race to the bottom offshoring with the effects of race to the bottom displacement by other means. Finally, neither the NAFTA nor, unfortunately, the USMCA anticipate the global drive to develop new sources of energy technology, and domestic and trading systems that seek to internalize carbon externalities. It would be a very sad and continued delinquency for North America to pass up yet another chance to prepare for known and obvious economic and practical eventualities. As you can see, I continue to care deeply about trade policy, the USMCA, and beyond. And for that reason, I've launched a nonprofit in my post-administration life called the Coalition for New Trade, so that we can continue to innovate, to make trade policy more responsive to the needs of ordinary people in the United States, in North America, and in the world. We've published a 2026 trade policy agenda, which sets out our thoughts on USMCA review, as well as supply chain resilience. So if you're interested in more detail, please take a look. You can find us at coalitionfornewtrade.org. Thank you so much for indulging my reflections this morning, and I'm happy to take some questions in the remaining time.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. It's certainly a set of very interesting remarks, and it creates some questions. I have a few questions here of my own, and we're looking at your reading of the tea leaves and where this might go in the future. So let me begin by a couple of questions. The most obvious, I think, certainly for a layman like me, who knows very little about this issue, in your view, should the USMCA even be extended?
Well, that's an easy one. Yes, I think that the operative question is, what does it look like? Maybe that's the better answer, which is the right USMCA should be extended. When we were in the midst of the very roller coaster ride of the first renegotiation of the NAFTA, it became clear how deeply the history of and the operation of the NAFTA has integrated and tied together the three economies of North America. And so the decision to withdraw or to cancel this agreement has profound economic impacts. I think that that's the reason why my advice to the three governments and to all of the stakeholders in the three economies is to really apply ourselves to this review to make the USMCA worthy of extension.
Thank you, Ambassador. The other question that I have is some questions around specific issues that have been thrown around in the media and that I think are key to our audience. One of them is what to do about the rules of origin. How strict do you think the rules of origin should be, especially for autos? Should the deal prioritize regional manufacturing or global efficiency?
So this is a really important question because not only did it play a huge role in the NAFTA renegotiation and the transformation into the USMCA, where the rules of origin look quite different, but many of you will recall that in the original NAFTA, the rule of origin, roughly speaking, was set at 62.5% required content from the three countries. That was at the time the highest standard for any U.S. trade agreement. And it was because of the importance of North America to the supply chain in this particular industry. What some people might not remember is that the rules of origin for North American autos was also a big issue during the TPP negotiations. And this is because TPP, being an agreement intended to include 12 countries, more importantly included the three countries of North America. And one very important question at the time facing the industry and everybody whose lives and whose stakes are implicated by that industry is what happens when the North American supply chain rules are subsumed under the rules that have been written for a much larger group of nations that necessarily are set, or that ultimately were set at a much lower rate. And for the TPP, the ultimately concluded rules of origin for autos and auto parts was somewhere in the 30 to 35% range. The concern there was that the TPP rules would completely displace the requirements under NAFTA, and that the North American supply chain and the integrity of this three-country cooperation in this important industrial field would essentially be washed offshore. Today, the industry faces a different set of challenges, And I think that they are existential for North America. So I would say that of the many issues that are facing negotiators and stakeholders this round of the joint review, rules of origin are very much at the top of my mind, and rules of origin remain one very important constant through democratic concerns from 10 years ago to the Trump administration's innovations in the first Trump administration, to the way that we, during the Biden administration, defended the new rules, to today, which is an opportunity for the three countries to revisit those rules in light of our experience under the agreement, which I will say has been challenging, and in light of the incredible pressure that our combined industry faces from competition, in particular competition from the PRC's production and export regime.
It's great that you brought up the PRC. I have a question about that. What should the agreement do about China and the presumed backdoor trade? Should the USMCA become a tool for a joint economic strategy against China? What should the traceability of investment be, if any, under the agreement?
The short answer is yes. It is in everybody's interest to get on the same page about how North America as a whole and North America and its component parts can survive the current competitive pressures and can thrive and can have a vibrant future, not only for our consumers, but also for our workers and our innovators. One of the points that I raised in my remarks was about evolving the existing prejudice that we have that trade rules need to make the countries in the region and in the agreement attractive for foreign investment. Time and time again, and increasingly in recent years, what we are each seeing is that foreign investment is not all created equally. And I think that in the last USMCA commission meeting of the ministers that I participated in the summer of 2024, we were already having coalescence around this question of how North America should articulate the values and the principles and the parameters for how we scrutinize foreign investment into the region, to test that investment for real translated benefits to the countries of North America and to North America as a whole. And I think that those are conversations that can still be had today, although I completely appreciate that they may also be more challenging today than they might have been a couple years ago. But my short answer is yes. The traceability of investment, the vetting of that investment are actually critical to this next iteration of USMCA and North American cooperation.
Thank you. I have another question. It has to do with labor and environmental enforcement. I perceive a tension between the idea of free trade and managing these side agreements. Should the new version of the USMCA likely include stronger labor, and you already spoke to that to some extent, and environmental enforcement especially? I know that it's not fashionable today to talk about climate change and environmental stress, but it will come back, I think, on the agenda. Are these rules about fair trade or disguised protectionism, or are they now an essential part of any future agreement? Where do you see these side components that were present in NAFTA and clearly not as visible under the USMCA, except for the labor, but certainly not the environmental issues?
Okay, so first point of clarification, these are no longer side issues that ride along on the margins of the trade agreement. One of the important things that happened in U.S. trade policy, even under the traditional trajectory, was that in 2001, in the early 2000s, these labor and environmental issues, which are core to our trade and economic cooperation and competition, were brought into the body of the trade agreement on equal footing, at least architecturally, with all of the other components of trade agreements that go back even further in time. So first of all, not side issues, were never side issues, and now the USMCA, like the body of trade agreements that came before in US practice, bring these issues squarely into the body of the agreement. Second, they're not invisible. I think this is where I've had some frustrations with the way that trade and trade agreements have been covered. I think that the press have been accustomed to and have evolved into being very responsive and reactive to sensation or sensationalism, where things are working and working well, they end up not being reported on. So I made very, very specific comments about the operation of the RRM, the labor enforcement mechanism. I could talk a little bit more about the environment. During the Biden administration, we took advantage of the newly clarified and more efficient steps and procedure created in the USMCA to raise concerns over the effect on the vaquita porpoise population in the waters off of Mexico because of fishing practices. And that was also an important milestone that I didn't even get to in my brief set of remarks. If you've given me 15 more minutes, they absolutely would have been in there. But to your point about the climate, I think that just to be a bit more direct and blunt, the final point that I made about the opportunities and the necessities of this moment for the joint review is specifically about climate. The NAFTA was negotiated in the 1980s. It took effect in 1994. The World Trade Organization, which, by the way, I'm thinking about all of the trade ministers that are in Cameroon this week for MC14, was also negotiated in that era, came into effect in 1995. Neither of those agreements and those structures contemplate climate or carbon or the externalities that are not accounted for and the reverse incentives, if you will, from that perspective in our trade agreement rules. In the opportunity to revisit the NAFTA rules in 2017, 18, and 19, again, it wasn't for lack of trying in the congressional Democrat Trump administration negotiations, but once again, you do not have the issue, the problem, or even the opportunity of climate innovation and trade taken up in this agreement. And so to not put this so obliquely, it is high time for North America to seize the opportunity to shift paradigms, to innovate, to address the challenge, and to take advantage of the very real economic opportunities that lie in the changes that are happening right now, both in terms of the science and the planet, and in terms of the policy and policy frameworks.
In the 5 minutes remaining, I have two other specific questions and then a final question that will close. One of them is digital trade, big tech regulation, and of course AI. Where do you see these really emerging and fast-moving issues in the new agreement?
So I also made the point that 6 years ago, our public collective consciousness about what was going on in technological development, especially in, I guess at the time we were calling it machine learning or big data, was at a very, very different place. And the technology was in a different place. As you note, it is moving very, very fast. Even in 2020, we could see that changes in the economics and in the political dynamics on these issues were changing, or were happening. Changes were happening. The provision of the Communications Decency Act, Section 230, which provides tech platforms with almost complete immunity from liability, was already in 2019 and 2020 losing favor and support in the United States and the United States Congress. Today, I think it is safe to say, based on my own experiences now, over a year old as U.S. Trade Representative, that support for Section 230 of the CDA is barely there. That in fact, the consensus in Congress is that Section 230 either needs to go or needs to be seriously revisited. There is a provision in the current USMCA digital chapter that replicates the requirements of Section 230 and that almost absolute immunity for the three parties of North America. Let me just start there and say, as of today, the politics and the economics and the reality of the issues around technology and AI, that kind of a provision is inappropriate. That's my view. I'm standing by it, and I'll stop there so that you have time to ask your other questions.
Yes, I have one more question, and then I'm gonna, the former Secretary of the Economy of Mexico has one for you. But I didn't want to let you go without asking the question of energy policy divergence between Mexico and the United States. Mexico is moving the clock backwards in the energy sector to a very large extent. What do you think should be the content of the revised agreement on energy, as there is a definite, I think, divergence in policy between the two countries? Not considering Canada, I think Canada is very much aligned, but Mexico is certainly changing its own policy.
I think the divergence in policy really goes back to the transition of administrations in Mexico from the Peña Nieto administration to the López Obrador administration. And I'll tell you, just from my point of view in being a part of the USMCA renegotiating crew, when the transition team from President-elect López Obrador began to participate in the closing out of the USMCA processes, one of the first markers that team put down was on the energy provisions. And so I think for those who are from Mexico, those who are very steeped in Mexican political dynamics, what has happened since over the course of the USMCA's first 6 years of existence are not really that much of a surprise. The question then is, what do you do about it? I think that I would probably have offered you one set of ideas in February. But as of today, March 26th, almost a month into a serious war and conflict that is deeply disrupting energy markets, I would need a little bit more time to think about the role of North America in the current reality.
Thank you. Let me ask former Secretary Ildefonso Guajardo to ask his question, and then I have a closing question if you just allow us another 3 minutes. Mr. Guajardo, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me. Ambassador Tait, it's a pleasure seeing you again. I have 2 questions. The first one has to do with the fact that when you enlisted the disputes that you started, you leveled the dispute in energy as we initiated, but you did not formally started a dispute in the energy field. I remember that you were very, very brave, and you were one of the leading members of the Biden administration that wanted to start the energy dispute. Because obviously, Andrés Manuel López Obrador violated the agreement in energy. Now, the problem is that when politics gets involved in the implementation of an agreement, things don't go in the right way. My first question is why the Biden administration did not push further to initiate the panel in energy. Because obviously, what outside the government circuits everybody was speculating is that it was a political trade-off between Andrés Manuel López Obrador and President Biden. In a way, President Biden wanted López Obrador to help with migration, and in compensation, you delayed the initiation of the energy dispute, which is fundamental for the agreement. That's my first question. The second question has to do with your expertise, which is a great expertise at this moment. I want your opinion on what will happen if Mr. Trump is going to lose both chambers, the Senate and the Chamber of Representatives. What is the consequence of that if the Trump administration wanted to do radical changes that will not be possible because of that will be the right of Congress to approve them? How do you see the future if the ratification or relaunching of USMCA doesn't happen before Mr. Trump loses both chambers?
Thank you. Ambassador Tai?
Well, those are not easy questions. Let me try to be responsive because Secretary Guajardo, I have deep respect for your expertise, your experience, and frankly for your battle wounds in our trade relationship as well. On the energy dispute and the consultations that we requested during the Biden administration and why we ended up doing or not doing what we did through that administration, I guess let me answer it this way. I was listening carefully to your question, and you said something along the lines of, when politics get involved in trade agreement implementation, that's not a good thing. And I guess I would just say here that for all of us who have made our careers in trade law and trade policy, or even in politics, maybe especially in politics, something that we all know is that politics is always a part of it, always a part of trade. And it's part of what makes trade hard. And it's part of what makes trade really, really interesting. So in answer to that particular question, let me just say that everything that we do in economic policy and trade policy in particular has to operate within the Overton window of political opportunity and has to operate within our political economies. The second question you asked is what happens? I think that the way you closed out the question was what happens if this joint review isn't concluded during this administration while President Trump has his friends in Congress in power, and what happens if politically our domestic dynamics between branches of government becomes more complicated and more tense. Here, maybe I'll just revert to first my answer as a former and currently not really practicing trade lawyer, which is if you look at the terms of that joint review and an extension provision in the agreement, if you can't come to an agreement over that 10-year period following the review, you have annual reviews, and you basically have an extended period, potentially extended period of uncertainty. The agreement doesn't disappear, but an analogy might be it goes to kind of a continuing resolution kind of dynamic, but this time not just for the appropriations for the U.S. federal government, but a kind of continuing resolution dynamic for the entire North American economy. No question, I think that if the balance of representation and power inside of the Congress shifts, I think that does open up new windows of high drama and volatility across the board. And our goal will be to survive that and to be smart about surviving it.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. To hear your closing thoughts, I'm going to post them in the form of a question. Important for those of us who think Mexico, who think United States, but also above that, who think North America. Is North America moving forward towards deeper economic integration or toward a more fragmented, strategic, and even politicized trade system? And I really want to thank you for your final thoughts on this.
So are we moving towards further and more integration or fragmented, strategic, and what was the third?
And politicized.
And politicized integration or dynamics. You know what? I'm going to take the privilege of being the person giving the answer and say, what I see as a goal for North America going through this period of time of change and evolution, starting from the renegotiation of the NAFTA into the ratification of the USMCA through implementation, and now going through this first inflection point of the first joint review. What I would like to see for North America is smarter, more strategic integration that improves the economic security of each of the North American partners and the North American region as a whole.
It really has been a pleasure to listen to you, and of course you've been very generous with your time and your thoughts with us. I want to just take a second to ask the audience to thank you very much for your words this morning. Thank you, Ambassador Tai. Till next time.
Thank you so much.
We ate away about 5 minutes from our break, but we got 15-minute break, and then David Gantz will take charge of the next panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to get started. I'm David Gantz, as you already know. We have two panels. One of them is going to this one is going to discuss is going to evaluate USMCA up to now beyond what Ambassador Tai was discussing a few moments ago, and the second panel will look more at the future. Again, as most of you are aware, the agreement replaced NAFTA, then USMCA replaced NAFTA, and it's helped generate over now combined 30 years, an integrated North American juggernaut, goods manufactured, services suppliers could compete effectively with their counterparts in Asia, particularly China and the European Union. 2024, regional trade was almost $2 trillion in goods and services, about $935 billion between the U.S. and Mexico, $909 U.S. and Canada, and $56 billion between Canada and Mexico. Many sectors have become extremely integrated, particularly autos and auto parts, producing, at least until recently, high-quality products at a moderate cost. What I'd like to do is very briefly introduce each of the panelists and then move on to a series of questions. Meredith Lilly, on your screen, is a non-resident scholar here at the Baker Institute. She's a professor and Simon Reisman Chair at International Economic Policy at the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs at Carleton in Ottawa. She focuses her work on North American trade relations, Canada's trade diversification strategy, a major issue these days, economic sanctions, and the use of research and policy making. In the past, she served as Foreign Affairs and International Trade Advisor to former Canadian Prime Minister Harper. She's held provisions in various other universities. She engages with foreign governments and diplomats and frequently comments in the media on North American trade issues. Nassim Foussel is the Vice President of Trade and International Business at Business Roundtable, leading the organization's efforts to advance policies that promote U.S. economic growth through trade and investment. She has a long history of serving in both chambers of commerce, International Trade Council in the Senate, Trade Council for Ways and Means in the House, and has been involved in major legislative initiatives, including the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Implementation Act, which Ambassador Tai was talking about a few minutes ago. I continue here. John Magnus is the president of TradeWinds. He's been a trade practitioner for at least 35 years, external counsel to domestic foreign firms and industry, coalitions in many, many different sectors such as steel, energy, forest products, chemicals, and others. He advises clients on WTO issues, regional and bilateral trade initiatives, U.S. trade legislation, and congressional oversight activities. For a long time, he was associated with the Washington law firm Dewey Ballantine and developed an international trade practice there. Too many pieces of paper, clearly, but I will get organized here eventually. Jorge Miranda is an economist, specializes in trade remedy proceedings and litigations, including those before the WTO when such litigation was still active. He's worked for the World Bank in the past, the Mexican Ministry of Trade and Industry, the WTO Secretariat. He was the first Mexican hire, and is a trade advisor to many U.S. law firms, participated in multiple WTO disputes, trade remedy proceedings in some 11 national jurisdictions, and has been a panelist in many of these WTO, USMCA, and NAFTA cases. He has published widely in academic journals, and including a rather controversial paper on the reasons for the ABA, for the appellate body crisis. So let me turn now, without any further discussion, to some questions that we can allow our panelists to act. What I'd like to do is to direct a question at an individual panelist and then ask others to comment as they see fit. So let's start with Nassim and ask a basic question, which I think is in the foremost of much of what we are talking about today. Would you provide us, Nassim, with a snapshot of how well the USMCA has served the U.S. business community and strengthened North American supply chains in 2020, and also talk a little bit about areas of the USMCA that, in your view and your clients' views, have not lived up to their potential or worked as intended?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the question. Sorry I'm not able to be there in person with you today. There is a lot happening in Washington this week that unfortunately had to keep me here, but very, very pleased to be able to participate in this important panel on a topic that's very important to Business Roundtable members. So let me briefly say who we are. That the Business Roundtable is an association of more than 200 CEOs, actually over 240 at the moment, of leading U.S. companies across every sector. Our member companies support 1 in 4 American jobs and almost a quarter of U.S. GDP. And therefore, USMCA has been incredibly important for our membership. Business Roundtable strongly supports USMCA. We believe that in 2019, President Trump secured very important new commitments from Canada and Mexico that protect American jobs, strengthen domestic manufacturing, grow the U.S. economy, and strengthen the North American economy, which is very important to the Business Roundtable. These commitments are delivering significant benefits. Since USMCA entered into force, Canada and Mexico invested $775 billion in the United States, and this number is growing. North American trade has increased by 50%. And for our membership, extending USMCA in a timely manner is critical to the vitality of U.S. businesses, but really important for the strong integration that you mentioned in your opening remarks of the very intertwined sectors in North America. We are calling, as the joint review approaches, for even stronger North American integration, enhanced cooperation between the parties on economic security, and important restoration, total restoration, preferential treatment for all USMCA compliant goods. So, there's no question for our membership that USMCA has been a success, particularly at a time as we reflect back on the last 6 years of fairly significant global economic upheaval. Mention one that we all experienced, COVID, and was very disruptive to supply chains for a time. And I think we all experienced those significant disruptions to supply chains. It was very critical to have friends nearby that you could continue trading with as quickly as possible and really keep supply chains up and running. And I think it taught us all a lesson about the importance of that, and it has also helped Business Roundtable in particular, and I think a lot of other associations here in the United States that represent business and farmers, to think about how we can strengthen that through the review. There are, however, as with anything, nothing is perfect. The last 6 years have also shown that there are areas where the very important provisions within the USMCA were perhaps not living up completely to their potential. In the interest of time, I'll just mention a few. We were very pleased to see some really great, strong, and frankly innovative digital trade commitments in USMCA. And since those commitments have been in place, I think USMCA's digital trade chapter has been sort of the North Star, a really great example of what we can have in digital trade agreements globally, a good model. There are, however, been areas where we have seen non-compliance or not really letting these provisions live up to their full potential, really by both Canada and Mexico. Another area where we had strong commitments in USMCA was on the intellectual property chapter, very important for business. And we have certainly seen areas where there is room for improvement by both parties, Canada and Mexico, on those chapters. And then in Mexico in particular, with judicial reform and some actions taken over the last 3 years, where Mexico has been favoring domestic companies in strategic sectors such as energy, telecom, aviation, and delivery services, we do hope that the review is an opportunity, and we believe it is. We feel like there is good progress being made in the talks, but really using this review as an option for everybody to look and see what, the opportunities for improving compliance with these important provisions might be. And then customs, which is an area where I think we have a very strong chapter. USMCA, both making sure that we are adhering to the letter of the Customs and Trade Facilitation commitments in USMCA, but taking the review as an opportunity to really strengthen them. And we look forward to further discussions between the parties on all of these issues. And I will pause there because I think we're going to probably get into more detail on some of these, but for now, I would love to hear from my fellow panelists.
Thank you. Meredith, would you like to respond to that from the point of view of Canadian business?
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm also sorry not to be with you in person. I have to teach my USMCA class, or CUSMA as we call it in Canada, in 30 minutes, and so I'll also apologize if I have to drop off. It's because there's a classroom of students waiting for me at that time. So for Canada, I would echo a lot of what Nasim said. I think for business, the agreement has been very important, continues to be important. Stability and certainty in the trading relationship is kind of the lifeblood of what private sector is looking for. And so I don't want to underestimate the importance of the agreement, because even as Ambassador Tai said, we tend not to talk about the things that are going well, and most of the agreement is actually going well from the perspective of Canada. There are a few things that aren't going well, and I do want to talk about tariffs, even though those are outside of USMCA. Overall, the bilateral trade picture between Canada and the United States is relatively positive. We have balanced trade. We have actually both sides have taken a hit in terms of exports to each other in the last year, and those are primarily due to tariffs distorting what the markets would otherwise be doing. There have been some sharp negative impacts on Canadian auto exports to the United States, as well as steel, obviously, due to the tariffs, and softwood lumber tariffs on Canadian exports. I want to talk a little bit about a few of the things that aren't going great with CUSMA. So the first thing is around dispute settlement. As Ambassador Tai mentioned, there were improvements that were made to the agreement to address the fact that panels could be blocked under NAFTA. So those were addressed, and I think they were addressed in a good way under CUSMA, but unfortunately dispute settlement still isn't really operating well from the perspective of Canada, and part of that is because the position of the United States is that if it doesn't like a ruling, it can just decide not to abide by it. And so this is what we've seen in the case of rules of origin on autos. It was a very clear ruling that found in favor of Canada and Mexico against the United States, but both the Biden administrations and the Trump administrations have just said they're not going to abide by that ruling. And we anticipate an even further tightening moving into the CUSMA review. The dairy ruling for Canada also hasn't been great. We lost a case, then partially won a case, and Canada still hasn't abided by that ruling. So dispute settlement isn't really working well. And so then we have to ask, how important is that to underpin the rest of what we might want to try to achieve in the CUSMA review? There are several irritants between Canada and the United States. We have few irritants with Mexico. One is on the energy file that was addressed well, I think, in the last panel, so I won't get into that further. But between Canada and the United States, there are a few irritants. Those now form more or less the list of really CUSMA issues that will be addressed in the review. There are other things that will be addressed in the review that, from my perspective, are actually outside of CUSMA. But a couple of those are supply management of dairy. The way that Canada allocates its TRQ process is going to, I think, be a central point of discussion. Certainly, the U.S. rules of origin on autos is going to be very big. Provincial issues will also kind of rear their head a little bit, which is going to be politically tricky for Canada, if I'm being honest. These are things like Quebec has new language labeling laws that require majority French on product labels, and Americans have a view on that, so that's an issue that will come up. Also, we've removed beer and alcohol from U.S. alcohol products from shelves in many provinces in Canada as a result of the tariffs, so obviously that's an issue for Americans. Digital trade, I think, is one of the big issues that will also be addressed. Canada has something called an Online Streaming Act. The position of the United States is that this discriminates against U.S. interests, and just this week, a group of Republican congressional representatives tabled a bill in that area. So I think those are some of the issues we'll see. And just before we hear from others, I do want to reiterate, though, that the tariffs that have been placed on Canada as well as Mexico really have been difficult for us from a CUSMA implementation perspective. It is the position of Canada that these are illegal, including the 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum. We have taken those to the WTO in the past. We have won those rulings. And again, the United States position is that it's not going to comply with those rulings. And so the existence of tariffs is both, it's challenging just in terms of trade, but it's also challenging in terms of the ability to create a positive and productive negotiating space for the three countries when Canada has concerns that at any given moment the United States isn't going to comply with the agreement we already have. And so it continues to, I think, overshadow a lot of what could potentially be achieved in the review. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Why don't you address most of these same issues from a Mexican point of view? Can you? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think, well, thank you for having me here. And I would like to say that anything I say is not on behalf of my law firm or the clients of the law firm. Not because I'm going to say anything crazy, but it always is good to make that disclaimer. See, David, I think it's very important to focus on some basic statistics. Not to bore the audience, but just to situate where we are, right? Because we hear a lot of criticism of the NAFTA USMCA, and I think some of it is really overdone. And let me just try to make this very simple. Back in 1994, exports, from the U.S. To Mexico and vice versa, interestingly, we're about the same level, about 50 billion, right? That's what each country exported, roughly. Now, NAFTA USMCA has been a tremendous success because over these years, U.S. exports multiplied by a factor of 7, whereas Mexican exports to the U.S. multiplied by a factor of 11, right? So if you subtract the base figures, at the end of the day, the increment in exports from the U.S. going to Mexico is about 300 billion, and the increment in Mexican exports going to the U.S. is about 500 billion. Now, these are extraordinary figures. Now, of course, in order to get that additional, exports, you needed investment, and you needed production, and you needed employment. So obviously, the skyrocketing of the export levels must have meant that the expanding industries were generating employment. So it's undeniable that the treaty has resulted in employment gains. Now, of course, somebody's going to be thinking, well, but it's not going to work like that, because at the end of the day, what the U.S. was gaining was, at the cost of Mexico losing employment, and vice versa, right? So if Mexico increased its exports more, then it must have taken more jobs from the U.S. than the U.S. from Mexico. Well, that is really not what's been happening, because every time you do a trade treaty, the market expands. So in essence, a lot of the employment gains and all of that was not coming at the expense of one another. It was coming at the expense of the market expanding tremendously. That was one effect. And the other effect was that, of course, they were taking market share away from countries that were not members of NAFTA USMCA. So at the end of the day, I think it's essential to have this in mind, because, again, some of the criticisms of the treaty are logical. This treaty, of course, is going to be modified by its own nature because, circumstances change. But I think we ought to be very conscious of the fact that in terms of the economics, the treaty has worked well, right? Because it is not that you need to impose a straitjacket on a trade treaty to make it work well. By its nature, it's going to work. But of course, as we're saying, there's things that should be added. That makes sense. But at its core, it's undeniable that it has produced a lot of benefits for both countries. I'll stop there. Thank you. Thanks.
John, if you could comment on those issues, but also talk more about dispute settlement, which Ambassador Tai talked about a bit without talking about the cases where the U.S. has simply ignored the ruling. You have a situation today where the WTO dispute settlement system is totally broken. It's not a backup. And so one might argue that under USMCA, the revised, improved, in my view, system, which nobody's using at the moment, is more important than ever. So first of all, deal with the issues that Nassim raised, and then if you could move on to talking about dispute settlement, that would be great.
Glad to do that, and thank you. I'm very grateful to have been included today. Good morning, everybody. I think this is the highest level, sort of couple hundred feet up question you've got for us, and at that highest level, I just really have two things to chime in.
Okay.
One of them is precisely about the connection between USMCA and the multilateral situation. If you look back over the first 6 years, things have been going well, but you have to remember that they've been going well under very, very advantageous circumstances that we can't count on existing going forward, right? So when they opened the NAFTA fully on the operating table, one of the sources of comfort was that the WTO regime was a bit of a safety net, right? In any given area, the USMCA negotiators could go WTO plus, but if they didn't, you knew they were never going to be able to go WTO minus, right? Because we still maintained vis-a-vis each other our rights as WTO members, including our right to MFN treatment. So there was a safety net or a floor under things, and it created an atmosphere of safety for sort of composing a free trade relationship. Well, how's that safety net looking now? Right? We got to go forward in a world where that safety net has been shredded, and the new USMCA is going to be it for us, potentially. So that's one high-level point. And it's not just about the fact that the WTO dispute settlement system isn't functioning, but that the MFN obligation is listing badly to port at this point. And so it does not create a sense of comfort about, in areas where the USMCA negotiators have trouble getting to some agreed outcome, we can't just assume that the default is a good WTO-based outcome. That's a lot of danger. Second high-level point is that some of the rules in the USMCA were designed with what now looks like sort of a staggering lack of foresight. And just as an example, so there are things that we trade back and forth that have aluminum inside them, right? That might be classified in, 25 or 30 different chapters of the tariff schedule, right? And we created a free trade agreement that had rules of origin for all of those, right? And hardly was the ink dry when this huge scandal erupted about companies in Mexico who were producing to those rules and taking, non-originating aluminum and fabricating them into something that was USMCA eligible and sending it into the United States and doing exactly what the trade agreement contemplated they would do, and somehow it was a big scandal. Right? What that tells me is that we didn't think it through at all on the front end about what we were going to need. And so this isn't just about the rules that apply within chapters 72 and 71 for aluminum products, but aluminum-containing products are everywhere. Steel-containing products are everywhere. So, there's potentially a need to radically change the way the origin rules work, not just for auto, but across a very, very wide range of chapters of the tariff schedule, in order to not have all the dyspepsia that we've had. And I gather the whole point of this was, we had a quarter of a century of dyspepsia over NAFTA, and that was supposed to go away, and we were supposed to live happily ever after as FTA partners. And in that respect, it really hasn't happened. Dispute settlement, I guess all I would say about that is that Catherine's point sticks with me, that what we do in terms of requesting panels after consulting, and then also in the wake of a litigation victory or a litigation loss, those are political decisions. And I think there is a perfectly understandable political narrative around exactly what what Canada has done in the wake of the dairy cases, what the United States has done in the wake of the automotive cases, et cetera. And that doesn't mean that dispute settlement isn't working. That means that diplomacy, which is supposed to occur after and in the shadow of dispute settlement outcomes, is only yielding what it's yielding. But I don't know that you can ask for more from a dispute settlement system. And one of our panelists here was involved in one of these cases. I don't know that the parties could have asked for more from you all than what you delivered. So it wasn't a systemic issue. It's the what's next part.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I was involved in the original trucking case, which multiple U.S. administrations pretty much ignored for a very long time. Just one short follow-up. Particularly with steel and aluminum, the content-based rules are, some would say, outrageous. What's going to happen with the 301 cases if that goes forward?
Well, now I think you're talking about the 232 measures and the derivative products.
Yes, derivative products.
Which you could say that if we'd had more fully thought through rules of origin in USMCA for aluminum containing products and steel containing products, then maybe those 232 measures could have looked different, could have come out differently. But now we have what we have.
And they're global.
And they're global, and they are rendered pursuant to US trade laws that give no special treatment to North American goods. So we have, in the class that I teach with Matt Nicely at the law school up in DC at American University, we have a table that the lines that we use as a teaching aid. The lines in the table are the U.S. trade laws that have, the anti-dumping law, the safeguard law, the Section 337, Section 301, trade adjustment assistance. And then the columns are enactments which amend those trade laws. So the 74 Act, the 79 Act, the Omnibus Trade and Competitiveness Act of 1988, et cetera, the dates in which they were amended. And the lines in that table are laws of long-standing that give no special treatment to USMCA products. Nor was any requested except in one area, which was safeguards, where there's a little bit of special treatment. They benefit from an extra finding. But other than that, the remedies that can come out under 337 and 232 and anti-dumping, et cetera, apply in the normal way to FTA goods, and that's part of the U.S. template. So, I don't think, it's not easy for me to look at that and say, well, it's a failing of the USMCA that it didn't prevent that. It was never built in, it was never asked for.
No. Okay, I think that's very helpful. Let me go back to Meredith, particularly because she has time constraints here. How is, I guess we're pretty much looking at the last year of implementation of USMCA since January of 2025. A lot of changes in Canada. First of all, there's a new prime minister as of March or April. Secondly, there is a big push for obvious reasons for diversification to India, the EU, CPTPP, and among others. And I think, if I may add a piece to that, Canada perhaps has suffered more from Mr. Trump's tariffs on autos than maybe Mexico has, probably for a variety of reasons. Could you comment on all three of those issues for me?
Yeah. So we do have a new prime minister. He's been in office for just over a year now. I do think there has been a change in tenor, both between the U.S. and Canada, as well as with Mexico. I think that Prime Minister Carney recognizes the importance of a strong relationship with Mexico, and he's made a number of efforts to ensure that he and President Sheinbaum have a good relationship, which I think is good. Certainly, though, I think there's a new seriousness that comes with Prime Minister Carney that has been welcomed by Canadians. People might be interested to know that his popularity ratings are through the roof in Canada, and so Canadians largely, I think, support and trust the Prime Minister's perspective. On On diversification, so trade diversification, meaning not being overly dependent on the United States, should be a constant project of Canada. And unfortunately, we tend to only take up this activity when we have rocky times with the Americans. And that's problematic because it takes time to build up supply chains and trade relationships, and it doesn't happen immediately. And so it's really something that Canada should be doing every day and always. And that isn't to say that it is with a goal of turning away from the United States. The reality is that 75% of our exports go to the United States. Trade with the US is incredibly important. It's always going to be our #1 trading partner. But at the same time, when we're faced with challenges to our exports to the US with things like tariffs, it's important for Canada to have other customers. And if for no other reason, demonstrating that we have other relationships is helpful in our relationship with the Americans. And so I think Canada is serious about trade diversification, particularly in things like energy. We have a new pipeline that's operational now, which has served to increase the price that Canada can demand for its crude, because we no longer have to sell it to the US. And so that has increased the price and has also increased our ability to export to other markets, and that is positive for us. But there's certainly a very strong awareness that trade with the United States can't be replaced, nor would we want it to. As I said at the very beginning, we have a very good overall trading relationship with the Americans that we would like to see built upon by also getting better at trading with other markets. I think the last bit on cars, both the president as well as Howard Lutnick as well as Ambassador Greer have all made statements in which they have indicated that they're not interested in importing Canadian cars. That has been a very difficult message for Canada to receive, particularly in the province I live in, which is Ontario. And so I would agree that it has been a real challenge and continues to be. I think it's important that Canada remains a strong part of the North American auto supply chain. And so this is an area that we just have to continue to work on and develop a solution, I think, that can work for all three countries.
Thank you. Let me do one follow-up now with Jorge. Do you see evidence in Mexico that over the last year or two, Mexican government is trying to diversify its export markets?
Yeah, I mean, there's intent, but as a practical matter, I don't think that can ever happen for the same situation that Canada faces. We're just too exposed to the U.S., and I don't think that it would be a sound policy to try to diversify. But at the end of the day, I think one thing that is sometimes completely overlooked at some level in Washington is that the economies have become very integrated. So to think that there's this risk that the USMCA could go away would just, if that materialized, that would devastate certain sectors in the US economy and the Mexican economy. So hopefully, the treaty is going to get renewed in due course.
Thank you. Okay, let me go back, if I can, to Nassim and ask about, you have had a lot of experience in this area, and so have many of your members. You went through NAFTA, you were involved in NAFTA, you went through the USMCA negotiations, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and now we have the prospect of a new negotiation, but we'll leave a lot of that for the next panel. What have been the biggest successes or the biggest failures as far as the USMCA is concerned? In particular, have your members suffered from Mexico's political and economic changes, particularly in the investment areas?
If I can focus on, I think I laid out the areas that we see as the challenges, and many of them have, let's separate like the political reality right now from the business reality. While we have had members that continue to experience issues in Canada. Meredith mentioned, a really big one, the Online Security Act. Dairy has been mentioned as well. From a practical business perspective, a lot of the challenges with compliance over the last 6 years have been in Mexico. So that's just on the practical sort of business, what business is experiencing side of things. That said, politically, the Mexicans have been incredibly motivated to negotiate with the United States over the past year to, address, I guess what I'll call this bucket of bilateral issues. USTR has been talking to multiple countries, and I'll just focus here on Mexico right now, on a bucket of issues that they had published in the National Trade Estimate report, which business had previously also weighed in on. So while that is outside of the scope of the USMCA, there have been these bilateral discussions in which Mexican government has been very motivated to address many of these issues with the United States over the past year. So to that end, there have been positive developments and signals over the course of the past year about Mexico's willingness to address these issues. And business has found that very promising. I mentioned at the outset, my first set of remarks, that USMCA has been really critical through a period of economic, up and down over the past 6 years. I mentioned COVID. What I didn't mention, though, was this period of the last year under Trump 2.0, where there has been a rapid change in U.S. trade policy that is affecting global trade policy. And it is through that lens that we have to look at, again, the importance of USMCA, notwithstanding some of these challenges. Despite these challenges, business is very committed. As I said at the beginning, our member companies, but these are companies across every U.S. sector. So that includes agriculture, that includes services, that includes manufacturing. They are behind USMCA still, notwithstanding these challenges. Our view is that this agreement was set up to be able to address these issues within its infrastructure. Even the review itself, which I think was both, it was challenging both from a political standpoint in 2019, 2018, as it was being contemplated and negotiated by the parties, as well as from a business standpoint, because the concern was that it would just constantly inject uncertainty into the agreement. However, where it landed relative to where it had initially started in discussions was a review that still keeps this agreement in place with a rolling review that allows for opportunity to assess these challenges without having to walk away from the agreement. It's a constant opportunity every 6 years. And in the case of, a non-determination come July 1st that we're ready to extend potentially an annual review until we are ready to look at these issues that some of my co-panelists have addressed and really work with the parties within the agreement to address them without walking away, without turning our back on the spirit of the agreement. I hear you, John, on the point about U.S. trade laws and remedies, not being contemplated as something that would essentially become inapplicable to USMCA. That aside, I think a lot of business investment was made with a reliance on USMCA being there. A lot of investment over the last 6 years was moved away from other parts of the world, whether it was because of geopolitical shifts, whether it was because of supply chain challenges, whether it was because of a recognition that being within North America had a number of benefits beyond just closeness to home. A lot of decisions were made with USMCA and its duty-free treatment for compliant goods in mind. And so to that end, I would say this is another component I'm just going to reiterate is really important for business. But we are being really clear-eyed about how we can get through this review with a return to duty-free trade for compliant goods that's realistic and speaks to the moment. There have been significant geopolitical shifts, and to that end, we here in the United States, our business community, has been in close contact with the Canadian and the Mexican business community to talk about ways that, you know, we can work together, our three governments, to combat some of the concerns about, for example, growing investment from some parts of Asia within North America that might be counter to the letter and spirit of USMCA. And, you know, alignment between the parties on some of these so-called economic security provisions, which very much is a component of the discussion. We see that as a really important way to maybe, if strong enough commitments are made, to align on areas such as tariffs in a strategic and targeted manner, export controls, investment screening on sensitive investments, and potentially critical minerals and trusted technologies as well. If the parties can align and make commitments together and adhere to them on issues like this, then you may not need, for example, Section 232 tariffs intended to target U.S. national security concerns. So I'll stop there, but I would say in summary, we really see this review now. It is here. It is a part of the agreement. We have no choice but to look at it as a way to strengthen the agreement and see it as an opportunity. And our hope is that we can align as a market and really respond to the moment by strengthening our collective borders and our economic security in the interest of North American business, not just the United States.
Thank you. Meredith, you've been nodding your head. Do you have anything you want to add before you leave?
No, I just want to echo a lot of what Nassim said. I know that our business community is in close coordination with both the Mexican as well as American business community, and all three countries, the private sector in all three countries want to see the agreement extended. I guess the only thing I would add that I didn't say about the auto issue is that you know, the auto issues that have been raised by the Trump administration were not asked for by the private sector. The private sector was quite happy with the state of trade relations in that sector between Canada, the US, and Mexico. And so some of these solutions nobody asked for, and so perhaps we could get back to including those perspectives a little bit more centrally. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here, and I'm sorry that I have to leave you.
Thank you. Jorge, first of all, if you could comment on anything these two have just given us. Secondly, I have a separate question. How has direct foreign investment in Mexico been affected by government policies under Sheinbaum and Lopez Obrador?
You know,
briefly, of course. It's a 2-hour discussion.
No, you're asking very thorny questions, but let me, you know, as part of the context, let me just make a couple of points regarding, you know, what the USMCA added in respect of the NAFTA. Again, some of this stuff is good by nature, but for instance, one thing that is very problematic is the fact that the labor mechanism only applies against Mexico, right? And let me explain why that is and why that is a problem. See, what is fascinating is that if you look at the language of the relevant provision, it only applies, the labor mechanism only applies to covered facilities, right? Now, these are covered facilities in some sectors, including manufacturing, but it doesn't make any reference to agriculture. Now, where do you think the US may have difficulties applying labor laws? Certainly agriculture, right? But agriculture is not included within the mechanism. So for instance, if a Mexican exporter wanted to file a case because of lack of observance of labor rules in agriculture in the US, he can't do it because the language doesn't allow it. Now, that is bad because it's discriminatory. But it's even worse because you see the president of Mexico, when negotiating a trade agreement, has to abide by the Constitution. And the Constitution says that he can only negotiate treaties provided that this principle of igualdad jurídica entre los estados is observed, which would mean that if you have labor provisions that only apply in favor of the US, then these provisions are unconstitutional, you see? So a concern I have is that if in the new round coming up, these discriminatory provisions were, and it's not the only discriminatory provision, by the way, so if these provisions were expanded upon, I think, quite logically, somebody may raise its hand and say, look, this language is discriminatory, it's actually unconstitutional, so it can't go in unless, and this would be the other approach, the language is changed so that these provisions are applied to agriculture as well, right? Because if they were applicable to agriculture, then they would apply to benefit both countries. So that's, it's again part of the context of what's going on. Regarding investment, frankly, I think at the end of the day, nothing has happened controlling investment, but I don't see any reason why the government of Mexico would say, let's not control Chinese investment, because of course, this is proving to be an irritant that is huge, and I don't see, why there would be a reason for Mexico not to agree to these provisions being incorporated, meaning you don't get NAFTA treatment unless the investment is other than Chinese, right? This is something that I think it's going to be eventually adopted, and I don't see the Mexican government blocking that. Thanks.
Thank you. John, I'd like to see you comment a bit further on this issue of Chinese investments to date in Mexico. It's a source of concern. I mean, the numbers that we have seen, the government estimates are like 2 or 3 billion. I've seen estimates going over 20 billion, and nobody really knows what the total numbers are, but there obviously are levels of concern. And you see this as something we should be worried about, particularly about the transshipment issues.
So I guess I would want to start by saying that where investment is coming from, as far as I know, has absolutely nothing to do with whether transshipment is occurring.
Okay.
Right? These trade agreements are full of rules that, if everybody will pardon one Latin expression, they're rules that are in rem, rules about the things, right? And whether transshipment is occurring is an analysis that you can do in a way that's totally uncluttered by any concern about the nationality of people in a factory's capital stack. So the whole idea that somehow, and we heard from Ambassador Tai earlier that in her view, not every dollar coming across the border is equivalent to every other dollar coming across the border. I'm not sure I can buy that. I think dollars are exactly equivalent to each other. And a factory in Mexico that is employing Mexicans and engaging in particular kinds of industrial activities and substantial transformation of goods and so forth, sure, somebody is the owner, somebody's getting the dividends if there are any. But in terms of trade rules and the rules of a trade agreement, there's no reason to be worried about who owns that factory. There is reason to be worried about getting the rules right, the in rem rules, about which goods are going to be eligible for USMCA preference. It has nothing to do, in my view, with who owns the factories.
Does it bother, do you think we should be concerned, or should the U.S. be concerned about the fact that Chinese auto companies have 20% of the Mexican auto market?
So if that 20% is the result of producing in Mexico?
No, not yet.
Okay, so by exporting to Mexico, is that a matter of legitimate concern to the U.S. government? I don't know why it would be. Those vehicles would have to climb over 100% tariff to get into the United States,
yes,
which I don't imagine is going to happen at any sort of scale. If Mexico would like to have a more welcoming approach to Chinese automobiles, I honestly don't know why that would be something that the U.S. government would be concerned about.
They've recently gone to 50% duties, I believe. And of course, the original issues of BYD building a plant in Nuevo Leon have been indefinitely shelved. So there are obviously some U.S. concerns. Whether or not they're legitimate, I think, is something we probably have to leave for a future discussion.
In general, the United States government has gone, I think, a little bit off the deep end when it comes to specifically this issue of who owns the factories that are employing our citizens or Mexico's citizens, who owns them, and ascribing to that a level of sort of significance that I don't see the logic of it at all.
Could we get one? I think we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Who would like to speak? We need a microphone. Sir. Why don't you stand up and speak loudly, and we'll try to answer it. And please direct your question to whoever you think might be able to answer it.
So in the current USMCA, there's a wage structure for auto production in Mexico. Why can't we expand that to all exported items and basically push the benefits of that agreement to a lower tier of Mexican workers? I mean, we're still sitting at a loaded factory rate of 560, and I think wouldn't more people benefit by requiring these wages?
John?
Goodness, I think what you're asking about is the rules that give preference to things that are made in factories where the wages are at least X amount an hour.
You had $16 in the auto sector.
Right. So if you lower that number, then it will, I imagine, vitiate the intended effect of steering all of that activity to U.S. factories. And so it would be at cross purposes with the purpose of that rule. That's not to say that it's a great rule, but if you take 16 and say, well, no, actually 11's plenty.
No, what I'm saying is take the 16 or something less and push it into non-automotive sector.
Yeah, but
Oh. So then it would effectively become impossible for USMCA eligible goods to be made in Mexican factories in other sectors where the wage rate is too low. I think that would be a pretty challenging thing to sell at the negotiating table. I've never negotiated for the government of Mexico on anything, but I think that would be a little bit controversial.
Jorge?
yeah, and I think, at the end of the day, one has to admit that the reason why wage costs in Mexico are low is because of comparative advantage, meaning that there's more labor in Mexico relatively than there is in the States. So, of course, labor is bound to cost less. Now, at the same time, it is also true that without the labor provisions, there would be chances for Mexican labor to be even cheaper, right? Because of the lack of protections. But once you fix that, at the end of the day, I think it's inevitable that the wage level is still going to be lower just because, there's more people and less demand. But you see, the point you raised is really interesting because Mexico could adopt the position of saying, okay, we don't grant, our proposal is going to be, we don't grant USMCA benefits unless the cost structure of US exports is the same as the cost structure in Mexico, right? Same, for instance, we're going to force US exporters to pay for loans the same interest rates that are paid in Mexico. At the end of the day, that would just frustrate, the reasoning behind the NAFTA, and the whole thing would, the USMCA would collapse. Yeah. So I don't think that would fly. I mean, I see the logic of it, but I'm afraid that would just strike at the heart of the treaty, and it would be the end of it.
Just one other quick point on this. So this is part of a sort of a category of questions of sort of, what are the essential elements of an FTA relationship, right? Can you have an FTA relationship if you have different prevailing hourly rates for factory labor? Yes or no? My view is yes, you still can. Can you have an FTA relationship if you still apply your anti-dumping laws to each other? My view is yes, you can. Can you have an FTA relationship if you still apply national security, like 232 measures to each other? I think, yes, you can. But other people disagree on that. I mean, the wage rates one, boy, if we really had to get to equal on that in order to have free trade, we wouldn't have any free trade.
Right.
That's good. Nassim, would you like to add anything to this?
Yeah, I would just also, I think it's important to remember I keep coming back to the politics versus the business reality. And it was a challenging discussion, though focused on an area of a political importance in the USMCA negotiations to do this for autos, for the auto rules of origin. I think it would have, because this was an agreement we had to implement here in the United States. It had to go through the United States Congress, and what was done was an important interest for both the Trump administration and for Democrats in Congress. And I think to take it further now would require a vote in Congress. And that is not something that even the administration is necessarily looking to do. I guess I would say they are looking to approach some of their priorities for this review in a way that would not necessarily require changes to U.S. law. I think it's too early to prejudge whether or not that's the end result, whether that is what they're ultimately able to do, because we don't know yet what the full scope of the changes are going to be. But I think it's just important to remember that what happened with the auto rules of origin changes happened in a moment that required political support. I think it would have been harder to go further than they did on autos at the time. And I think your question about why don't we do it now and expand to other sectors is precisely because it would be politically challenging. Nor have I heard from a U.S. perspective that is in focus, either by the administration at this juncture or that there are any, I could be wrong on this, but I have not seen advocacy pushing for this in other sectors.
I think we have time for one more. Cindy?
Thank you. A little background about me. I started my career in 1995 under the NAFTA working for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, back then U.S. Customs Service. My question for the panel is this. I agree with your comment about transshipment, and I think a lot of people are confused by that word and what it really means. I think here, my question for the panel is, what do you all think the impact is going to be about the administration shifting to a content-based approach for origin laws, and how will that impact the USMCA discussions and review? Just moving from a tariff shift environment to where you can have a lot of Chinese content coming into North America and shifting and qualifying for USMCA versus moving towards a lot of the raw material content being truly North American.
Go ahead, John.
Well, from my point of view, if they stick with in-rem approaches, which a content-based approach is still an in-rem approach, then that'll be a relief. What I see emerging is much more willingness to make origin determinations based on who you are rather than what you're doing and what it's made of. And who owns the factory rather than what kinds of materials is the factory working with and what's it doing to them. So shifting to a content approach would be, there are many content-based rules in the USMCA right now, right, where there's a regional value added overlay. That's effectively a content-based rule. And I think we're ready for that. I think we are not ready for the next step, which is what matters isn't what you do or where you do it or who you employ and what soil you're parked on, but who's in your capital stack. And that's how we're going to know whether your good originates or not. Holy moly, that we're not ready for, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of a distinction between tariff jump and the value-added rule. Because at the end of the day, if you think of it, of course, the larger the tariff jump would involve the greater value added, right? So I think at the end of the day, the two rules actually, in a way, refer to the same thing. But I think what you're referring to is the fact that if you follow the value-added approach, now the thinking is that you need to have the essential step in the production process be done so that only if you do that essential step within the countries you qualify for the NAFTA treatment. And I think that makes sense. As you were saying, at the end of the day, 20 years ago, 25 years ago when the NAFTA was negotiated or more, these things weren't properly appreciated, but now it is clear that unless you get your aluminum melted or your steel melted in sight within the region, then you're missing the basic part of the production process. So I think it's inevitable that we end up there, requiring that in order to qualify for tariff-free treatment, you have to have the essential step in the production process be conducted within the region, right? Otherwise, you don't get the benefit.
Nassim, would you like the last word?
Sure. I guess I'll start by saying I too, like Cindy, really like what John had to say about this. I do think that there is a lot of confusion about transshipment and what it is, and really agree wholeheartedly with everything that you said, John, on this topic. I think, I guess I'll just inject the business perspective here once again. We're pretty clear-eyed that the administration is, and I would say that's true for our counterparts throughout North America. So we understand that the U.S. administration is focused on further changes to rules of origin beyond the auto sector. What we are urging is that they are targeted about this. As I said earlier, there were a lot of significant investment decisions that have contributed to the economic success of USMCA so far on the basis of the existing USMCA rules. I think the administration and Canada and Mexico in these discussions about further changes to rules of origin should be mindful of this, should be strategic and targeted in its consideration of the HTS chapters that they are going to be looking to make adjustments in. And we have urged that they work closely with industry as they seek to gather data about where they want to focus this work and as they seek to negotiate some changes. And then, as I said earlier, there would be the question, depending on how far they go, whether there would be change U.S. law required. I think they are thinking about that as well. I don't sense that the administration is looking to make changes that, from their perspective, would require changes to U.S. law and a congressional vote as a result of the review. But I guess my final word is please work closely with industry. This is going to require some really close collaboration to get this right. And again, with the end goal being not to negatively impact the economic success USMCA has provided so far, not just to the United States, but to the region.
Thank you, and thank you, Nassim, Meredith, Jorge, John, for this very interesting discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back at 11:10 for the next panel. So take a break, network, visit with our speakers, and we'll come back at 11:10. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Thank you. Let me just take 1 second to introduce our panelist, our moderator, and then he will introduce the panel. Moderating this panel is Simon Lester. He is a non-resident scholar at the Center for the U.S. and Mexico here at the Baker Institute. He's an expert on trade, and I don't think he needs any introduction. Catherine Tai this morning mentioned him by name, so he's a well-known expert on trade, particularly in China, and maintains a couple of websites on international trade. So Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Tony. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here with you, moderating this esteemed panel. For the sake of time, I'm just going to introduce them all very briefly. I think everyone's good at using the internet. If you want to find more information on them, they're out there, and you can find more details. So we have, just in order of on my left here, we have Ricardo Reyes-Heroles. He's the principal research economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. And then next to him, we have Inu Manak, a senior fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, and a former colleague of mine at another think tank, and I'll mention more on that in a second. And then at the far end, we have Chris Sands, a professor at Johns Hopkins University's School of Advanced International Studies, who also leads the USMCA initiative at the Brookings Institution. I think we are also going to have someone joining us online in a second, and if she's able to make it, then I will introduce her as well. Just a quick note about Chris and Inu. They're both playing dual roles and can give us a bit of both the Canadian and American perspectives. Inu was born in Canada, now lives works in the US and is a US citizen. Chris is an American who is a Canada expert. His university website notes that he is often mistaken for a Canadian. And I can see it. I'd have to hear how you say, "I'm sorry." That's usually the So our panel is titled Navigating the Future of the USMCA, and it focuses on the review and the extension decision that you've already heard a bit about. We've sort of led up to this in the previous comments from Catherine Tai and on the previous panel. During the original NAFTA renegotiation that gave us the USMCA, Inu and I, when we were working together, wrote several pieces in which we practically begged people. Let me just stop there and introduce. So she's now online, Professor Kathleen Clausen of Georgetown University Law Center. Welcome to Kathleen as well. So as I was saying, Inu and I wrote several pieces in which we practically begged people not to have an automatic termination clause in the agreement. We said, a review is great. Let's definitely have reviews of the agreement going forward, but please don't put an expiration date in there. It's not necessary, we said. It will cause chaos, we said. But while they did soften the termination clause a bit from the original harsher version, under which the agreement would just expire after 5 years, they didn't take our advice fully, and now here we are. So as you've heard, we're 6 years into the USMCA. We will have a review. And as part of this review, the parties can agree to extend the USMCA for a new 16-year term. Alternatively, if the parties don't agree to extend, either this year or in the coming years, the agreement is set to expire in July 2036. So I just said, now here we are, but where are we exactly? What should we expect when we are expecting a 6-year review and a possible but not guaranteed extension of the USMCA? And let's turn to our panel now to find that out. So I want to start us off with a discussion of a couple process and politics questions to get us situated before we get into the substance. So if you're the kind of person who likes to read legal texts, and I'm sure all of our members of our panel are, and many of you in the audience are as well, Article 34.7 of the USMCA is the review and term extension provision that guides this review process. Paragraph 2 gives us some basic details, but it's really kind of minimal in how it does so. So it tells us that on the 6th anniversary of the entry into force of the agreement, so agreement entered into force July 1st, 2020, we're getting close to July 1st, 2026. Catherine Tai told us earlier that was 97 days away. I didn't check her math, but I'm confident that she's right about that. So on July 1st, 2026, the Commission shall meet. So the Commission is just the three governments. So the three governments shall meet to conduct a joint review of the operation of the agreement, review any recommendations for actions submitted by a party, and decide on any appropriate actions. And it says each party may provide recommendations for the Commission to take action at least 1 month before the Commission's joint review meeting takes place. So that gives us the broad outlines of what's coming up here. But we've never done this sort of thing before in any trade agreement. And I will confess that I'm a little unsure about how things are going to play out. So at least 1 month before July 1st, we will, I assume, get each party's recommendations, and then on July 1st, the parties will meet to conduct the review the recommendations for actions, and decide on the appropriate actions. But that just kind of gives us the bare bones. So let me turn, I'm going to start with Chris on this one. And this is, I think, the hardest question of the whole panel. So thank you to Chris for taking this one. So acknowledging how little guidance we have here, can you speculate a bit for us on what exactly you think will happen from now through July 1st or maybe July 2nd or 3rd, because these things tend to drag on, in terms of both private and public meetings between the three USMCA governments? So we'll get to the big decision about whether to extend later, but beyond that, just what exactly is going to happen in the coming months?
That's a very good question, and I think to start the answer, I would make a distinction between these joint reviews, which are part of the review process, and the meetings that Catherine Tai talked about, the regular annual meetings of the Free Trade Commission. Those are about implementation. They were all about how is this working, and you could bring up complaints for sure, but they teed up this meeting, which is an actual looking for where could we update the language, perhaps start new negotiations. So it's a much more potent review. And I think the reason that matters is that given that Ambassador Greer has signaled he's not yet ready to recommend renewal, we would, in that case, with just one country not ready to renew, face a joint review like this one every single year until the US said, okay, we'll renew it. As long as Canada and Mexico agreed, we could have 16 more years. I think that's a really important factor for a couple of reasons. One, Canada and Mexico are strongly incentivized to put up with this because Donald Trump will be around for a short amount of time, and they will hope that a more reasonable interlocutor will be there before the 10 years that we have left in the agreement till 2036, as you said, run out. So that's good, but the downside is that because I think Canada and Mexico have then baked that into their expectation set, they're not rushing to the fore with concessions and great deals because they think they're going to be shaken down again next year and the year after, so why give away good stuff now, especially if you're facing instability, which in turn I think has led Donald Trump to feel that Canada and Mexico aren't taking this seriously, they're not helping enough, and so he introduced the idea of withdrawal or two separate agreements. Now why? Because it's still an option, that's technically true, and he wanted Canada and Mexico to second guess and say, well, perhaps we better do something nice so that he doesn't pull out entirely. This is one of the parts of the review that I wish we had fixed, going back to things, is do we really just want 6 months notice? Given our supply chains, couldn't we have had a year's notice or something like that? But we still do have that option. And I think it's affected the negotiations in making them much more defensive and cautious, which I think reinforces the idea that we may be doing this year on year with the idea of making changes. And we've heard some of the changes before, but to me, that's going to be the important lesson of this process, is that how you game them going in, given the limited number of options, does affect what the negotiations then look like.
You used a word that I was reluctant to use myself, but withdrawal. And that is a possibility, and it's been threatened before. I don't know that I've heard it threatened in recent months, so I think that's positive, and I'm going to knock wood when I say that. But that is out there as something that could be part of this whole negotiating process, although I wish it weren't, but it might be. So let me now raise an issue of bilateral versus trilateral negotiations. So there's a long history here, because before the NAFTA, there was the Canada-US FTA, which is a bilateral agreement, and then that subsequently got folded into the NAFTA. And as part of the NAFTA negotiation, there were bilateral negotiations on specific issues. But now we have talk from the Trump administration. We had this during the USMCA negotiation as well, about possibly splitting the USMCA into bilateral agreements, and Chris alluded to this. Let me turn to Inu for this. What do you think this kind of talk means? Is it mostly just posturing to gain negotiating leverage? Are we likely to see the USMCA split apart? Or are any bilateral talks likely to just be about sector-specific issues? So of course we're going to talk to Canada about dairy, and of course we're going to talk to Mexico about energy. Help us understand this.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to, guess what could happen in the ensuing months and the next few years, I would say that there's really not a strong incentive for the United States to actually turn these into two separate bilaterals fully and to get rid of USMCA, right? So I think it does make sense to negotiate certain things bilaterally. And we've seen that throughout the history of NAFTA, that you'd have bilateral discussions happening. It's the hub and spoke model that the United States uses in the Western Hemisphere generally. And so I think it makes sense for those negotiations to happen, but what we could see is sort of those bilaterals layering on top of the existing USMCA provisions. So you'd have a USMCA plus and USMCA minus sort of provisions depending on, the partner that we're talking to. So what could that look like? I think in terms of the plus provisions, perhaps requesting a little bit more on regulatory barriers to trade, economic security, as was mentioned in the earlier panel, investment, purchase commitments, and all of that. And then the minus provisions, I think really looking at perhaps strengthening rules of origin even further to make it even more difficult to tap into other supply chains, a stricter interpretation of rules of origin across the board, not just for autos, but other things as well, maybe calling it transshipment when it's not, as we got into a little bit, and then weakening of dispute settlement, right? So if you have these bilaterals that kind of look like, and I think we'll get into it later, these other trade agreements that the administration has signed so far, which none of them have enforcement mechanisms. Essentially, you create two different sets of commitments now between Canada and the United States and the United States and Mexico that no longer have USMCA dispute settlement. And so you're going to have something quite different, which will not need congressional approval, potentially, and I think that's maybe where the administration is headed.
So if I can follow up on that. So you can answer this as a Canadian or as an American or just as a trade policy expert. So is this talk about bilateral, splitting the agreement into bilaterals, is this partly, mostly, all about putting pressure on Canada? Because, when you hear from people in the Trump administration, Canada is often cast as the less cooperative, the difficult country compared to Mexico. So is this kind of a threat to Canada that we're going to go sign a bilateral agreement with Mexico if you don't just cave to all our demands?
I think a lot of it is sort of bluster and positioning. And I mean, Prime Minister Carney has been very firm and careful in how he's handled his relationship with President Trump. I think that, he was cautious about retaliation, but it did retaliate, and one of the few countries other than China that retaliated. And so I think that's irritated Trump. He's been irritated that Carney has not sort of sat down and taken a picture with him at Mar-a-Lago like Trudeau did, before he was ousted. So I think there's this sense that he's not worshipped by Carney and wants to sort of push him a little bit. And I think Mexico's approach has been very different. Not to say that, they've been sort of flattened by Trump, but I think, President Sheinbaum has been very cautious and has found a way to be sort of the Trump whisperer, so to speak, and avoided some of his negative comments.
Let me turn now to a domestic politics question. I think that this is mostly relevant for the U.S., but I'm happy to hear from the Canadian and Mexican people, Canada and Mexico expertise about the situation there too. So in the U.S., we are in the midst of a wide-ranging political and legal discussion over who makes trade policy, the legislative branch or the executive branch, with the courts recently weighing in, as I think most people have heard, the Supreme Court ruling that the IEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. So let me turn to Kathleen now. And Kathleen, welcome and thank you for being here. What should we expect in terms of the executive congressional role with regard to the USMCA review? So to what extent will Congress play a role at all? How will that role be played in terms of private communications or public hearings? How will this division of power over trade policy play out in the ultimate decision on USMCA extension? Basically, who in the U.S. government is in charge here?
Well, thanks so much, Simon. Thanks to the Baker Institute. And I'm also very sorry that I can't be there in person and that I might also have to take off before we get to the Q&A. But you've given me that softball question, Simon, so let me try to answer it a little bit. Look, I think first thing to say is what's already been said, that this is the first time we have a clause like this. It's all experimental. And if you'll recall, that question that you posed was contentious at the time of the original negotiation, the hearings that Ambassador Lighthizer had before Congress. They were trying to sort of figure out what's going to be the role of Congress. And if you read the transcript from that hearing, Ambassador Lighthizer uses the word you, but it's not entirely clear that he's talking about Congress and saying that, oh, you will have a role, you will have more oversight. It might have been more like the hypothetical you. And so that it wasn't hashed out at the time. And I think that's pretty unfortunate because we don't have a lot of clarity either from what actually became law in the implementing act. It's not particularly helpful. There are clearly a lot of consultations required, and Ambassador Greer has been up there on the Hill having those consultations. And yet, even in those circumstances, there hasn't been quite the level of transparency that I think a lot of folks expected to see. Not having access to some of the materials from that hearing, only having the opening statement, being a little more limited than ordinary in the engagements with the Hill. So there seems to be some common ground, I should say, between the branches that changes to U.S. law would require congressional approval. There also are a number of statements suggesting we're trying to avoid changes to U.S. law and therefore avoiding the need for congressional approval. But we also have examples of times and places where what some people think requires change to U.S. law and approval, other people have thought that's not the case. And I'm thinking here particularly of the U.S.-Japan deal of a few years ago, where indeed it was Ambassador Tai who raised the issue that there's a rules of origin annexed to that deal that should have gone through congressional approval. So what is it that requires changes to U.S. law? Rules of origin changes, anything else on the administration's agenda, that is also not entirely clear. We don't have TPA in place, but that's more procedural. We don't really need to have that. I'm less concerned about that. So where are we? Just three final things to say on this. Maybe one is that in this case, we've got a lot of different tracks going at once. And so it's not only a question of what is happening in the review qua review, it's also a question of what's happening with respect to the rapid response mechanism that Jorge mentioned in the last panel and that we'll talk more about. It's also a question of what's happening in the critical minerals negotiations, right? So many other outside the zone of the review things that could have an impact on the congressional role, because the congressional role varies from one thing to another. Second thing that's important to watch is lawmakers themselves advancing ideas about what should be in the review. We're seeing a lot of lawmakers come forward now, and that's probably going to accelerate as we are inching closer by the week to midterms. Lawmakers saying, we want to have this in USMCA, so we need to be heard. And so that aggressiveness may increase. And then lurking in the background is, of course, that issue, the fact that the US-Canada FTA has never gone away. It's just been suspended. And so what role for Congress in potentially reviving that if necessary? Probably would need a veto override. We're not in that space. But I just mentioned that so that doesn't fall off our radar.
Thank you, Kathleen. That's great. I want to keep going with this a little bit because Inu and I, you've talked outside of this panel. I know you've had some conversations with people about this. Is there anything you can add on what we might expect to see here?
Yeah, I think we're going to be in a different situation in terms of Congress's involvement if we get to a point where there is a withdrawal threat, or we get to the point where we're going to do this annual review next year, and again for the next time that President Trump's in office, because with a different Congress, we may have a much more active role or more requests for information than are currently being given. I think Congress is currently concerned that Jameson Greer's approach to this has been very different than Robert Lighthizer, where he was deeply engaged in coalition building in Congress. And Jameson is not really giving much information, nor is he trying to even build coalitions. So the signal that Congress is getting is that, as Kathleen said, this is going to be something that maybe he's going to pursue that will be outside of needing congressional votes and ratification. In that scenario, I think what we're looking at potentially is the fact that Congress will need to call him up and get some information about what's going on, but then also kind of watch and see where are those areas where we may actually need to have some sort of change in law, and that's still really uncertain right now. But I think that Congress right now at the moment doesn't want to get involved for a lot of reasons. Midterms coming up, no one wants to stake a claim on anything. They want to see how things go, but also want to give the administration a chance to kind of lay out what their actual priorities are, because we don't really know anything that much yet. And so giving them a chance to make mistakes, I think, is probably what Congress is looking for, and also to just air out some of their priorities so we can figure out where to have a discussion.
Simon, can I jump in on that? As not a disagreement, but maybe a slight shift. One thing that the Republicans in Congress have been saying to the White House for a long time now is you have to focus on the domestic economy. The midterms are not a lock. We need to be able to go into that with a happy story. And although we have a trade truce with China and not with Canada and Mexico, these are our two largest export markets. There's probably no other countries with whom you could do even a temporary deal and have an immediate effect on midterms, US economic outlook, and how voters are feeling. So I think there is this shadow concern where, yes, no formal role, but I think you're going to hear Congress expressing anxiety, particularly in withdrawal, but also on some of the darker scenarios. I'd add one other thing, which is a sort of watch this space concern. Those of you who remember the Nixon administration, also very bad for US-Canada trade with 10% import surcharge and others. But what came after Nixon was an assertive Congress that said the imperial presidency needs a check, people have lost confidence in our institutions. And so we get the Trade Act in 1974, which a crucial achievement of the Ford administration. And I know you probably never thought you would hear anybody say anything about crucial achievements of the Ford administration, but I'm a fan. And then followed that with Jimmy Carter, who had a different approach. But we've wondered, and we wondered in the Biden administration, would Congress finally step forward and sunset old tariff authorities and try to assert themselves in this space which belongs to them? And we didn't see it. But I do think there's potential post-Trump for Congress to be more active. And the reason I mention that is now is the time to be thinking with Congress about how do we make sure this doesn't happen again, or that how do we create structures that will be a little bit less capable of being abused in the way that the current ones have.
So that was a good discussion of U.S. politics, and here we are in the U.S., so it makes sense to focus on U.S. politics. But I do want to ask if anybody on the panel has any thoughts on the situation in Mexico or Canada. Is there anything we should be thinking about there? Do they have similar complications, or is it much more straightforward? So let me turn to Ricardo. You can either talk about that or give your own perspective on U.S. politics, and then if either Chris or Inu wants to weigh in on how is Canada seeing all this, like in terms of their domestic politics? Ricardo.
Thanks, Simon. I have to start just by saying that whatever I say today are my views, do not reflect anything about the Federal Reserve system. But let me jump straight into the case of Mexico. I think in Mexico, across the political spectrum, there's pretty much consensus in terms of what they're aiming for, right? Which is just to keep the agreement as you know, at least from an economic perspective as it is, and to reap the benefits that it has generated so far, right, and keep that way. Now, when it comes to the U.S. and the political process in the U.S., I think it's pretty clear that for Mexico it would be better to have some sort of involvement by the U.S. Congress in this process, because that way, given that we know so much that how the trade benefits are pretty much spread across space and across the U.S., the involvement by the Congress would bring in those views and pretty much help out in terms of emphasizing all the benefits that are part of the agreement, right? Yeah. So I think that's more at least from my point of view, what Mexico would, and it's related to what you were saying before in terms of someone saying that, if we wait a bit longer, then whatever happens with the new Congress after the end of the year will also be important.
It's interesting because traditionally in U.S. trade policy history, the president was thought to be more of the free trader, sort of balancing out or pushing back against congressional protectionist demands, but now maybe we have a reverse situation where Congress might be pushing back on a protectionist administration. Chris or Inu, do you have any, is this complicated at all in Canada, or is it just, in terms of domestic politics and party politics, or everyone's unified there at this point?
Well, maybe I can start, and Chris can add in as our honorary Canadian on the panel. It's so interesting. Like in Canada, the mood about the United States is very negative. And I think this is something we should not be ignoring. And it's going to impact the way these negotiations play out and where Carney can safely land. So Carney ran on a campaign of being anti-Trump. And Canadians remember that. They love him. They love that he's tough. They love that he's elbows up, that he's out there saying we're not going to be pushed around. And this is why he has approval ratings that are off the charts. And his opposition is trying to make the case for a little bit more peacefulness with the U.S., and he's kind of getting ignored. Nobody really takes him that seriously in some of these claims that we can get to tariff-free treatment again. And so Carney's sort of like the realistic pragmatist, but at the same time, what he needs to do is get Canada something in order to sell this back home as a win. And that's going to be really tricky for him to do. He's going to have to pivot from this anti-Trump sort of messaging to let's now do a deal and call it a success. So I think that's where it's going to be very difficult for him. Does this change anything in Canada on the ground? I mean, Canadian shoppers are changing their preferences, right? They're not buying American wine. They're not going to Las Vegas. By the way, you can get a great deal in Vegas right now because they're trying to attract all these Canadian tourists. And it's really showing up at the border. I mean, we see all the border towns feeling this in a big way. I mean, I crossed through Bellingham, Washington when I was visiting back home, and the Trader Joe's parking lot was empty, no Canadian shoppers. And Trader Joe's being empty is very bad for Bellingham. Same with Costco. And so I think that that is probably not going to change, and I worry for the long term with the people-to-people ties, how that's being hurt and how Carney is going to adjust to deal with that to kind of assuage a lot of our US partners too, that things are going to be okay.
Well, on this panel, we're very pro-Canadian. We're trying to get Chris, do you want to add anything to that? Or she?
Just this, and it goes to something we've been talking about a little bit in the dynamics of these negotiations or the review, and that is, I think for Mexico, a bad deal is better than no deal, but for Canada, no deal is better than a bad deal. And as much as Donald Trump has picked on Mark Carney came into office with a theory, and the theory was, the old relationship is over. I need a new security and economic agreement. I'm going to address American security concerns. They're legitimate. And set the table for a new deal, which he proposed at Kananaskis, which he also invited Claudia Sheinbaum to join him at, so that there would be a North American flavor. And he's done more to reach out to Mexico than I think any prime minister ever. And I think that's been substantial. But his proposal, he spent 2% of GDP on defense, he addressed border concerns, including fentanyl, made all of these things. He got nothing back, no reciprocation whatsoever, not even a pat in the head from the Trump administration. So then he pivoted to a much more aggressive stance, and you saw this with his deal with China. Now, why did he go see Xi Jinping? Because at APEC, when he went out, he wanted to talk to the president about that Doug Ford ad about Ronald Reagan that never mentions Trump, but that got the president so upset. And Trump wasn't over it, and he said, well, I have no plans to talk to that guy. And so Carney said, well, I wonder if Xi Jinping has some time for me. And he did. And that led to this agreement recently where Canada got a lifting of a lot of the Chinese protectionism on agricultural commodities, particularly canola, which means a lot to Canada, in exchange for allowing 49,000 vehicles, very managed trade, that had to meet Canadian safety requirements, which means it's going to be a bunch of Teslas. And that's about all that you can see in that. It was a very shrewd deal. It was very Canada forward, and I think Canadians saw it as showing part of what he wants. He wants to trade diversified, to never be as vulnerable as they are now. Not at the expense of U.S. trade, but by adding value. And kind of a simplistic rule, but if you look at the Canadian economy, it's commodities and primary products, manufacturing, and then services. And commodities have a world market, and if the U.S. doesn't want to buy them, he's going to sell them globally. And if it's a question of manufacturing, he needs USMCA, and services haven't been under that pressure, and so that area will continue to grow. He's in a great position. And I don't want to be the typical Gen X guy who always has to throw in a pathetic Star Wars analogy, but I think as Obi-Wan Kenobi famously said, as far as Carney is concerned, he can say, if you strike me down, I will only become more powerful. The more that Trump does to beat him up, the more likely it is that he will be stronger, and I will give you a prediction. By the fall, I wouldn't be surprised to see him call an election. And given his numbers now, he'd end up with a majority government and a tenure longer than Trump's, and he'll be sitting pretty, even if there's no deal, because he knows that he'll have another chance.
Well, thank you for all that, and the China point is a great one. We'll come back to that one in a moment. So we've talked a lot about process and politics, which is important and I enjoy, but we should also get into the substance. So let's talk now about the substance of this upcoming joint review. So the U.S., as we've heard already today, the USMCA negotiation made some big changes to NAFTA. We saw tightening up of rules of origin to make it harder for products to qualify for tariff-free imports. We saw scaling back of investor-state dispute settlement, which limits foreign investors bringing international investment lawsuits. We saw a fix to the broken state-to-state dispute settlement process. So these are sort of three of the things we heard about earlier, three important things. Now we have a review that will potentially revisit everything. I mean, everything's up for grabs. So my question for everyone on the panel, and I'll start with Ricardo here, what do you expect to come out of this review process in terms of substantive changes? So what will the parties be pushing for? What should they be pushing for? What will be the most difficult issues to resolve? What are some possible landing zones? You can take this question wherever you want to go with it. Ricardo.
Thanks. So I want to focus more on the economic side of the treaty and the benefits that it has. And if already Jorge before he provided some numbers in terms of how valuable this regional trade agreement has been. But if you just look at more recent data, ever since the U.S. started, with these more protectionist policies recently, you see, for example, that before 2025, basically USMCA compliance in terms of goods, traded goods, was about 50-60%. And now, with all these new trade protectionist policies, it basically it jumped up to about 80-90%, just reflecting how valuable this is, right? So just having, and also John was mentioning before, this you land soft if you had kind of the WTO, MFN tariffs before, and now they're no longer there. So even more of a value to the USMCA and the free trade agreement and the regional trade agreement, right? So I think that's the key issue that at least looking at these numbers, Canada is worried about that, Mexico is worried about that, and they wanna push in that direction, right? So just in terms of key issues related to this economic side of the treaty, I think of course there's the idea of keeping this inter or intra-region free duty trade, of course, and it's just a reflection of the fact that we have this pretty integrated basically net global value chains or regional value chains, and that's definitely, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this, but this is a key issue, and I think another key issue is the rules of origin story, right? Because there's a clear trade-off in terms of efficiency against the regional content of these things, and in the auto industry it's been pretty clear. And actually, also, if you just look at how important are these efficiency losses? If you just see what happened after the more recent USMCA negotiation, you actually see in the data that a lot of, for many firms, it was costly to implement the rules of origin. They actually decided to go through MFN tariffs rather than not. So again, this issue, I think has a clear economic impact that we have to care about. And then I think, deviating a bit from the more economic side of things, but still related, is the whole geoeconomic side of the story, right? And especially talking about China and how China has penetrated, specifically Mexico, through imports of intermediate goods, right? And I think those are key issues that are gonna kind of frame the discussion, at least in terms of economics.
Okay. Thanks, Ricardo. Let me turn up to Kathleen up on the big screen over there. Kathleen, what are you looking for here in terms of what will be the issues, what should be the issues? Tell us your thoughts.
Well, I mostly want to leave this, Simon, to my policy colleagues, leave the details to them here on the panel. But I do agree with Ricardo on the economic security, anti-China provisions being one, and maybe we should leave the big structural question of trilateral versus bilateral to one side here. So I'll just put one more out there for discussion, which is the lack of the word free. Right, we lost that word free trade when we converted from NAFTA to CUSMA, TMEC, USMCA, and I think that's continues to be a focus here. Will we have full duty-free treatment? Doesn't sound so realistic, so how much can make it over the threshold into that bucket versus how much gets left behind?
I really like that conceptual framing, and I wish we had a whole panel on that. What does it mean to say free trade? Was it free trade before, or do we have free trade now? Where are we exactly? And yes, clearly taking the word free out of there was intentional. That was not an accident. That means something. But where are we today? We have an agreement that just has the countries' names in it. It doesn't tell. It's a strange thing. But let me keep going with the substance. So I'll turn to Inu now. What are you looking for? What would you like to see? You can answer that however you want.
No one cares what I'd like to see, so I
care what
that
you'd
out
like
there.
to see.
So they've ignored me so far. Yeah, so I think, you know, a lot of what's going to happen will probably be determined by how the parties actually approach the negotiations, right? So on the one hand, maybe they could approach it like it's a real trade negotiation. Try to get some actual changes. Some members of Congress have already started making suggestions for things that they want to see different. So if we do this, I think it's going to be a much longer process, a little bit more drawn out, probably a little bit more fraught dealing with Congress, and it also may lead to some harder commitments. That may not be what the parties actually want, though, right? If you're thinking about, you know, where this could go in the next review period, perhaps you don't want to lock down certain commitments, and there's no guarantee that Trump will actually honor any commitments you make. So why go through that entire process anyways when he's just going to ignore the trade agreements? He's already done it with other trade agreement partners, and why would Canada and Mexico be different? He clearly doesn't treat them differently in some respects. On the other hand, you can kind of approach this like, you know, the typical, as we like to joke, this new North American initiative. You know, every American president had some sort of initiative related to NAFTA with a new acronym, alphabet soup of things, and just basically name it something else, have a few, you know, deals that you secure, short, loose, non-binding provisions, sort of like the trade agreements that Trump is already negotiating, and then call it done. Right? So the thing is, you kind of have to get through the next 3 years without Trump bothering you too much, and that's probably what both Canada and Mexico are most focused on, and then thinking about what does this mean for when the next president comes in, depending on who it is, how do you make sure that that next review period, once it gets kicked off, will be a little smoother. So I think that's pretty much just the strategy that will sort of determine what the content is.
I think one thing I'm taking from this is just you can't think about the substance without the process and politics. They're just intertwined. But having said that, Chris, tell us your views on the substance.
So I am guilty of being like the kid in Ronald Reagan's famous story who asked for a pony for Christmas and then wakes up on Christmas morning and there's a huge pile of manure, and so he just starts digging into it, saying there must be a pony in here someplace, because I'm always trying to find optimistic ideas, and they may be completely unrealistic, but there it is. So I'm gonna lay out 6 things that I think we should be thinking about in this context, and maybe a 7th, which is an X factor. There's a lot that's not in USMCA, but the trade community has been talking about for a while, and I think we ought to be aspirational. It may not make it this round, but as we think about post-Trump, we should have them on the list. 1, mutual recognition of the functional equivalence of regulatory standards. This is an old topic. Australia and New Zealand had done a pioneer agreement on this. What it means is that we accept that while we have different tests and standards, functionally, the Canada-US standards on, you know, additives to Cheerios or child safety seats in cars are so similar that a Canadian approval would count for the US market and the Mexican market and all the way around. So that for a small, medium-sized business, you work with a regulator you know, but you get access to 500 million people. That would be hugely liberating, and I don't think we agree with Canada and Mexico on all of our standards, but that's what a Regulatory Cooperation Council could tackle, which is where we don't agree. But let's create a lot of winners with one big bang, and I think we could actually do a lot to support the agreement with a step like that. It's not original to me, but I think it's a good idea. Secondly, de minimis. The president got rid of the de minimis threshold, which is the standard by which you open up and inspect a package and you have to pay duty. He said it was about security because packages contain fentanyl and bad things. It's also about revenue, and Canada and Mexico always had much lower de minimis thresholds than the United States had, particularly after President Obama. I understand the president's concern about de minimis, but could we do a North American de minimis agreement that would restore it within our continent? Super important for small and medium-sized businesses that are in internet shopping spaces. Now, one of the problems that comes up on this, if you talk to FedEx or UPS or other delivery services, they actually have a lot of information about their shippers and are fairly confident that their inspection regimes could stand the test of scrutiny from the governments. It's the post offices that are in trouble. And our post offices, I'll speak to the US one, but Canada Post and Mexico's the same, they have no money. Certainly they don't have any money for inspection regimes, but what if we had a Trump price express delivery, $5 or something? He could declare it fabulous, but it would be a way of getting de minimis benefit from a private vendor, and we just exclude the post offices for now. Huge benefit for people, and doable, I think. Next, critical minerals. I know there's a lot on critical minerals policy. We all talk about it being important. But for those of you who remember the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, the energy chapter, which we did not bring into NAFTA for Mexico, said that in times of shortage, no country will fail to deliver on contracts for these critical minerals. In that case, it was on energy, oil especially. Why not have the same provision for critical minerals in the agreement? That's a very baseline agreement, but because processing is going to be distributed in the 3 countries, processors need delivery. And they need to know the delivery is coming in, it's not going to be interfered with by politics. A small commitment now that could pay off big down the road. I'll accelerate through the rest because now it gets really nerdy. I think we should have a serious discussion of cabotage. We need efficiency in the system, and right now we have empty trucks that cannot move between 2 US cities or 2 Mexican cities or 2 Canadian cities. People say, well, wouldn't that lose protection for truck drivers? We don't have enough truck drivers. And here in Texas, of course, they're experimenting with driverless trucks, which is probably the future for all of us. How can we open up cabotage? And I'd start with trucking, rail, because 74% of our trade, I think, still moves on land, at least in goods. But then let's add airlines. I know that means probably the death of Air Canada. I will not be crying over that. But nonetheless, could we open up the air market in a new way in the 3 countries? Fourth on my list, what about creating a sanctions committee? I know we don't have a customs union, but if you want to track the United States, we put sanctions on a lot of bad actors around the world. We are worried about transshipment, but let's start with forced labor products. And why can't we take that, create a committee of the 3 governments that agree to unify our sanctions regimes and our inspection for outside goods coming in. Step towards traceability, but something that we could actually potentially do while leaving each country to make the sovereign decision on that. If I haven't lost you there, I'm going to add a 5th one.
I'm with you. Keep going.
Thank you. A 5th one, which is on temporary entry. If you go to the North American Leaders Summits, one of those kind of soft institutions we created with NAFTA, one thing that comes up again and again is what do we do for students? Could we create a 1,000 strong or 100,000 strong program to let Canadian and Mexican students into US universities and all the way around? Could we create in the temporary entry chapter an automatic student visa? You still have to apply, but that would encourage us to study in each other's schools. Every university, and I'm sure Rice is included, thinks a lot about where are we going to go when we have fewer Chinese students, when we have fewer Indian students, et cetera. What if we opened it up and created among young people an opportunity, a positive benefit, maybe not the Erasmus program Europe has, but maybe moving in that direction that really opened things up and gave the next generation the chance to be friends in college and go on to be partners in business and innovation later in life. And I said I had an X factor. I'm going to throw this out as something which I think is only in the Canada-US space, but we shouldn't go without mentioning it, and that is military production. Canada and the US have an agreement that goes back to 1956 that says anything Canada makes for the purposes of defense counts as domestic for Pentagon purchasing. It's a huge potential boon for Canada now that we recognize that at the rate that we're using missiles, ammunition, you name it, we're going to need to arm up. We're also asking all the allies in NATO to get to 5% now. So there's long lines. There's a lot of manufacturing potential here. But with Canada and the US, can we upgrade our defense arrangements so that we maybe soften some of the ITARS provisions and so on in order to really boost that production? The US needs a stronger military industrial base, and I think this was a potential for us in North America to get much bigger. Could Mexico join that? Absolutely for some things, but we should be thinking creatively on that kind of thing, which is a clear American need and would clearly, I think, advance some of what the President's so much worried about.
Thank you for all that, Chris. Let me note 2 things. One is, I don't know if you made a submission to USTR as part of the process, but if not, you should tell them all of this. These are great things. On the mutual recognition agreements, I'll just note that it was probably more than 10 years ago that Inu and I were writing about that issue, and it seemed like there was a moment where it could happen, and then it didn't. But maybe that possibility will arise again. So it's worth pushing. I think there is real value there. It is hard to explain it without putting people to sleep, but there's real stuff there. There has to be.
I have that. I teach about Canada, so I have to do something, but not put people to sleep.
Okay, so let me turn to another substantive issue. So this is something that came up with Ambassador Tai's talk, because this was something that she, I don't want to give her 100% credit, but she was sort of one of the main drivers behind it and proponents of it, and that is the the special labor rights mechanism that was developed as part of the USMCA. This is the rapid response mechanism. And it's targeted mainly at Mexico. It looks at whether specific facilities like a factory or a call center are properly protecting labor rights. And we've now seen a number of labor cases raised through this process. Ambassador Tai told us about this a bit. A few ended up in litigation. We have 2 panel determinations that are out there already. So my questions here are, I'll start with Kathleen and Inu. What's your take on how this unique, innovative process has been working? Do you anticipate any tweaks to it as part of the review? Or does everyone just keep muddling along as things have been, as they have been? Kathleen, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, very curious to get Inu's thoughts from her policy perspective. But I think from where I sit as formerly having the labor portfolio within USTR when I was there as an attorney, this was a really big deal, right? When this was a change from what we've seen before in terms of putting pressure on governments to make changes to ensure that they're effectively enforcing their laws, although we're back there again now in 301. But when this happened, this was a real step. And whether it's a step forward or sideways or diagonally, I think depends who you talk to. But you know, Jorge was talking earlier about the changes that would be necessary to get agriculture in the portfolio here for the RRM. I think it's really hard to get changes here. I don't disagree that that's a top change that's being advocated, but it's a tool that USTR largely thinks is working. As you said, we're up to over 3 dozen situations, different facilities that have been the focus of RRM activity. And I think you get mixed views, right, when you talk to, again, folks in Mexico or Canada, which has a lot less involvement in the tool. Now, the institute that I run at Georgetown, the Institute of International Economic Law, prepared a recommendation for a report, really, together with El Colegio de Mexico for the review process on how well we think it's working or what recommendations we'd have for the review. And I'll just highlight sort of 3 categories of recommendations that we make, although again, the potential for success varies. So the first has to do with transparency. And you hear this whether you talk to the private sector, whether you talk to workers, there's a need for greater transparency. Transparency with respect to the process that the governments are undertaking, transparency with respect to selection criteria, what petitions are successful in getting the government's attention, which ones are not. The criteria, when they reject petitions, right, what are they relying on in that regard? So there's a lot of that sort of circulating among folks who are involved with the mechanism, but not a lot of clear answers or forthcoming changes from any of the governments involved to deal with those concerns, again, from both workers and from the private sector. Second category of change would be clarity on the panel process. You mentioned that, yes, we have decisions from panels. And for those who don't, put the RRM stuff under your pillow at night, like some of us do, right, just to be clear, right, it's when the governments disagree as to whether a situation at a work site has been solved, let's call it that. That's when one of the governments can request a panel to review. And so there are several panels that are actually now underway, but 2 that have reached their conclusions. And in all of them, there are a variety of problems. And so we put out a few ideas there as to how, both with respect to jurisdictional questions, really what is the role of the panel? Are they fact finders? Are they adjudicators? That's not clear, and that's not helpful to anybody. And the third category is new pathways for participation. This goes hand in hand with actually both of my prior 2 statements. Pathways for participation for the private sector facilities that are targeted, ways that workers can be involved in some of these early stages of the proceedings. All across the board, we don't really have any consistency from the governments with respect to participation of the parties, of the actual entities that are being regulated through this mechanism. So, some of those I think should be within reach in a review if we were in whatever normal times might be. But these are obviously not as high priority as some of the things that we mentioned in your last question, Simon. So I don't see them as being really top of mind as we go through the review.
Thanks for that. I'll just add in, as Kathleen and I have complained about this to each other privately, I wish they could get a better website to provide information on all these documents. But anyway, put that aside. Inu, do you have further thoughts? What are your thoughts on the rapid response labor mechanism?
Yeah, so I was looking into this during the Biden administration, wrote a paper with one of my colleagues that was looking at the first 12 cases that had developed and trying to understand, was this working? Was it working as intended? And what were some things that we can think about in a future review process of what we might want to fix? And I think, as Kathleen mentioned, there are clear issues with transparency that we found in terms of what's the universe of cases. We have no idea how many petitions are made to USTR, which ones they take, why they take them, which ones they don't take and why they don't take them. So that entire process is really unclear. And having a better sense of that would help petitioners understand what they're looking for and what they should be bringing to the table, but also help Congress be involved and the public as well in weighing in what's going on. The second is the process itself. Now, if you look at the text of the agreement, this looks like a state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism with a panel-focused process. This is in the state dispute settlement chapter. And what's interesting of how it's actually worked in practice in large part is that it's been sort of a state to facility mechanism, which is weird when you think about it in the state to state dispute settlement chapter. So you've had the US government negotiating with firms in Mexico to essentially have some sort of resolution. Sometimes, even when the Mexican government has said everything's fine, you don't need to do this, and the US would negotiate anyway. So we had situations where there were American firms in Mexico that were then reached out to by USTR and labor, and then they would have some sort of resolution there. So the question is, to what extent is this being used as a way for the US government to pressure their own firms to do something that they find concerning? So that should concern Americans, period, about the US government's interference in the way our private firms actually operate. So I think that's one issue. There have been concerns in the early cases about whether there were due process afforded to facilities that were being investigated, and this is a big concern. And though Ambassador Tai had mentioned the great successes of the RM, I would say there's no data to show the results that she claims are real. And I think we need to really interrogate whether or not there's been a massive benefit to Mexican workers when this covers a small set of sectors. That the informal sector obviously is not covered by any of this, and that's a big part of the workforce. And also, if we're looking at the results for workers, we did have some plants shut down. So people lost their jobs as well. And so we have to really consider, when we're looking at the metrics for success, what does it mean? One area I would say that was positive was that there was a fund to help with capacity building, helping workers understand their rights, providing support there. But a lot of that funding is being cut or scaled back. And so you have to wonder, what's the goal here? Is it really to actually help Mexico with its labor reforms, or is there something else in the political side in the US to sort of punish firms for not behaving the way we want them to? So I think there is a bit of a tension here that's not been resolved. I don't think it will get resolved here, but this is a really asymmetric mechanism that's really used as a political tool and not really to address labor concerns in my view.
It's a great point, great comment. Let me build on that and turn to Ricardo now, because Jorge Miranda brought up earlier the kind of discriminatory nature of this and saying, hey, well, what about Mexico using this in U.S. agriculture? Well, they're not allowed to do that. I'm wondering, Ricardo, do you have thoughts? How is this being perceived in Mexico? Is it seen as something one-sided, something that treats Mexico unfairly? Do people see it there as helpful for protecting labor rights?
I think it is seen as a, it was kind of in line with what the López Obrador administration pushed in terms of labor reforms and so on. So in a way, at least from what I've heard, it hasn't been a big issue for the Mexican government in terms of being treated asymmetrically or not, right? And in that sense, to the extent that it protects labor rights in Mexico, if that's actually happening or not, which it's an interesting and important question. Still, it's not a big issue, I think, at this point in the political discussions.
Okay. I'm checking on the time, and I see we're getting close. I want to make sure we leave time for questions. So I think I'm going to ask one more kind of big substantive question to the panelists, then maybe ask a lightning round question, and then we'll turn to the audience. So audience, you start thinking about your questions now. Okay, so my last big substantive question. So in recent months, we've seen a number of trade deals emerging from the Trump administration's negotiating with various trading partners, lots of them. So my question for Kathleen and Inu, the others can weigh in too if they want, but I just know they in particular have focused on this. To what extent should we look to the terms of all these various Trump trade deals for insights about possible USMCA revisions? Are there provisions in these other deals that you think could make their way into the USMCA? Kathleen, I'll start with you.
Sure. Well, we've already heard, I think, that that's probably going to be the case, and it shouldn't be surprising. It's actually more, to my mind, a sort of give and take, right? USMCA was somewhat experimental on some of these topics, like on economic security and non-market economies, right? And some of that, right, we're seeing replicated in these so-called agreements on reciprocal trade. And then vice versa, right? Some of those have gone farther, and so those could come back in. Yeah, short answer, yes, and I see it as this give and take. And then secondly, I would add here what I mentioned at the outset, Simon, about the tracks. And so, right, it's not just the arts, so-called arts, but also other deals that are happening in multiple spaces, right, across the U.S. Trade administrative state. And so as those sorts of deals come into focus, the question in my mind is how much of that gets in, how much of that becomes side letter, how much of that is on a totally separate pathway, and never the twain shall meet. So I think a lot of that needs to be sorted, and a lot of that will depend on, let's just call it politics.
Okay. Inu, you have a trade deal tracker that you set up at Council for Foreign Relations. What are your thoughts on this?
Yes, and we're updating it tomorrow when I'm back to account for the EU ratifying its Turnberry deal. So you can look online. This is called Tracking Trump's Trade Deals. There have been 17 in total. Not so much 90 deals in 90 days, that's what promised by Peter Navarro last year, but slowly inching towards maybe 90 at some point. And I would say if you look at the content of those deals, it's pretty clear that those provisions that have been agreed sort of fall into three broad categories, right? So the first is really focused on sort of rebalancing market access, asymmetrically much more in favor of the United States. So trying to figure out where the US can get additional market access commitments. So I think we're likely to see a lot of that play out in the USMCA discussions as well, to see where the US has not been managed to get all the market access it wants. So we've already heard mentioned a lot of those areas where that could be the case. The second area where I'd see a lot of provisions, how I describe them, is sort of like a restitution for perceived unfairness that the US has identified, and then is asking for support for reindustrialization to correct that unfairness. And so I think those types of provisions are really about sort of joint investments or investment commitments, purchases of products from the United States. This could include defense, for example, and ramping up those commitments and many others. So I think that you have a lot of provisions like that throughout a lot of these deals. And then the third area of focus is really a realignment of policies to mirror US policies. And this is largely in sort of the stuff that we term economic security, whatever that phrase means. I still don't know, by the way. But what we're seeing is a lot of mirroring of US policy towards China. And that is going to be a really tricky situation, I think, maybe for Canada, where you have this diversification strategy and Carney's going to run up to a lot of problems there. So I think we could see a lot of borrowing from this, and in some areas it's going to be okay and we can sort of find a deal, but in others, especially on the mirroring, it's going to be a much trickier thing to do and will be politically very, very challenging.
Thank you for that. Okay, let me go to a lightning round quick question for all the panelists, and then we'll go to the audience. So here's my question. I'm going to put them all on the spot, although if they want to wiggle out of it, fine, you don't have to answer this. But so my question is, make a prediction. On July 1st, will the USMCA be extended for another 16-year term? If not, then could it happen a few days or weeks or months later? Or will we all be back here again next year to do the same thing? I will start with Kathleen. And Kathleen, if you have to take off after this, you're welcome to stay, but if you have to take off, this will be your last work session of the day. Kathleen, what do you think?
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, I'll take off before this. And, I don't do crystal balls. You know, what I hear, right, is that maybe we get some sort of extension to get us past midterms. We already talked about the politics of that. So I'll leave it to the experts in the room. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kathleen. Ricardo, what do you think? Do you want to be bold, or do you want to follow Kathleen's lead? And
I think in a similar way that we might be back here next year.
Okay, so we should book the hotel
again,
rooms and the plane
there's
tickets.
a lot of incentives pushing in that direction for many players, and I think that's going to be or some of the key issues that will be pushing this.
Okay, Inu, any different opinion? Or?
Would love to come back next
Okay.
year. So
We'll come back regardless.
Yeah, it'd be great. I don't think we're going to get on July 1st automatic extension. I would say that this process is going to be going on for the next 3 years. President Trump likes to negotiate, and he likes to put pressure on allies, which means why give up ultimate leverage of an annual photo op opportunity where you can say you did something. Yeah. So I think really at the end of the day, we're going to be talking about USMCA until the next presidential election, and we may get some sort of sweetener deals in the run up to the midterms just to say that he accomplished something, but hey, we're going to keep negotiating.
Sounds like we can make a career out of this. Chris, what do you think? Last word on this.
I've already said I'm a stupid, sunny optimist, so I will say I give it an 80-20 chance. 80% will still be back here next year because we'll be doing another joint review. But 20%?
Something.
Yeah, 20% we could see an extension. Not a withdrawal, but an extension because of the pressure to just add to legacy. Every year from here on out, Trump will be able to declare legacy. If he can get a deal, say, from Mark Carney that talks about investment in Keystone, the Maple 8 pension funds putting big investments in US projects, which they're already doing, but you bundle all that up and there's a good feeling, and given that these are our two largest markets and this could be a nice scene setter for the midterms, I could see him swinging for the fences, surprising us all, having a great time at the World Cup, and and just suddenly being changed Trump. Well, maybe that's too much to ask for, but I haven't given up on a happy ending.
Yeah, the World Cup is a good point to bring in here, and like that would be a great sort of opportunity to tie that all in together. But I forget what the exact dates are, but I think it's
right around then. Yeah, maybe we could have a FIFA Trade Peace Prize that he could have.
Very nice. Trademark that. Yeah. Okay. Audience, do you have questions for any of the people on the panel here? Raise your hands. There's a mic somewhere. I see one in the back. Gentleman in the back, middle. I see the microphone's coming over to you now.
My question is just the fact that at the moment we seem to be in a sort of an attention vacuum with the situation in Iran, so I'm actually curious if this even gets attention or if it just gets kind of brushed away swiftly come July, assuming things don't get any better with that situation.
It's a great question. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. I certainly don't know how all this fits together.
The scary thing is I think the Iran war has actually increased interest in Canadian infrastructure for oil and gas exports, which is very much on Carney's agenda. It's not that Canadians support the war necessarily, although they don't oppose it. I think Carney's been very clear that he thinks that the Iranians are the bad guys in all of this. But there is an immediate knock-on effect for safe energy exports coming out of Canada, and both European and Asian investors have been putting money on the table in Canada. So it's a partial win for Canada.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously we're here to talk about the USMCA, but there are other things going on in the world, and the Iran war is a big one, and all of these other things can play a role. But yeah, I don't. Either of you have anything? I've got nothing on that one. Either of you have any thoughts?
Well, the president said it would be over in a couple of weeks.
Well, that's right. The war could be done.
So maybe it will be over, and then we'll all start talking about trade agreements again. But no, I agree with Chris that I think that it's created this opportunity to talk about issues where regional cooperation actually really helps. And times of uncertainty, why the United States needs regional partners. And I mean, if you look at the national security strategy, it was very Western Hemisphere focused. I mean, so someone in the administration actually thinks that we need to have our regional focus in sort of understanding our security concerns, and maybe this is highlighting that. So perhaps this provides a little bit of just a preparation for going into the review process, looking at some of those opportunities that we can actually build on.
Ricardo, I don't know if you want to weigh in, maybe you don't, but do you have any thoughts you could offer? How does Mexico see the Iran war, and does that enter into, maybe you don't want to touch that one.
I think to the extent that we keep, the world keeps gravitating to this bipolar kind of strategy, and the Iran war playing a little bit of a role in there, it provides the opportunity to emphasize the benefits of the regional view of the world, right? And definitely can.
And what would you say the ramifications of Venezuela and who knows Cuba on Mexico's attitude about?
No, and it definitely has played a key role in terms of domestic politics, right? If not too long ago, I crossed the border driving back from Mexico into Texas. A year ago, you wouldn't see absolutely any Mexican military on the Mexican side checking cars. But the last year, you see actually sometimes the people on the Mexican side or the soldiers on the Mexican side checking the cars more than on the U.S. side, right? It's just all these kind of concessions that are not brought up in the media because of the media strategy. It's actually happening, right?
Good point.
Any other questions? Okay, yeah. So I see two at this table here. Somebody with right here, the guy with his hand raised right there.
I noticed in NAFTA that there was no provision for offshore safety. And I wonder if any of you thought about having a provision in USMCA for offshore safety in contiguous waters for the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico. There could be a standing commission on offshore safety. As it is today, the U.S. authorities, starting with the Bureau of Safety Enforcement, has authority only to the maritime border. So there's no cooperation at all regarding offshore safety regimes in the U.S. and Mexico, and I don't know about Canada.
Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Definitely, this is an area of standards where if USMCA is successful, we could grow into. Canada has two issues in this regard. One is offshore oil, in particular off Newfoundland, which is continuing to be successful. They also have some offshore gas. But one of the areas which is going to be tough for Carney is there's a maritime tanker ban affecting British Columbia. And even if they can get pipelines there, having some understanding about the ships and if you're lifting the ban, what the safety requirements are, could also be important there. So I don't know that it's going to emerge in this round of USMCA review, but it's absolutely an important issue. And I think putting that qualification on that you need to meet these standards to be able to ship in and out of North America or to be able to operate in our offshore waters is not outrageous.
And I'll also note that the deadline might have passed, but anybody can submit comments to USTR about what they want to see, the U.S. Trade Representative, and feel free to tell them about it. If you've got an issue like this, bring it to their attention. So also at this table right here.
Thank you. So my question is, under this scenario, if the U.S. withdraws from the negotiation, how the trade is going to be conducted between the partners until the bilateral FTA are signed between the partners. And also, I think there was a FTA between Canada and US prior to 1994, before the NAFTA. Was there a similar arrangement between Mexico and the US? Thank you.
Anyone want to?
I can maybe weigh on the withdrawal process a little bit. So I think the way it could work, so I think Trump could certainly withdraw, and the agreement basically says he could do so pretty much unilaterally. He doesn't need Congress involved in all of that, is what it seems. But it also doesn't say what the withdrawal actually means. So you can withdraw in 6 months, right? But it doesn't say whether you could pause withdrawal. And I think if you're looking at the way Trump sort of handles negotiations, I would imagine he could do something like say, I'm going to withdraw, and then right before the midterms say, nope, you know what, we're going to hold off on that just for now and just give us a little bit more time to negotiate. So I honestly think we could go for many years like this where there's a withdrawal threat that's not followed through because there's something ongoing, and no one's going to say, no, you have to withdraw now because the deadline's up. So I think in that situation, he's going to use it more as leverage rather than as something that he's going to do in real life, because he's so concerned about the markets, and I think he understands. I mean, if you look at the way current tariffs are applied, why is he exempting Canada and Mexico if he didn't think he could get away with a high tariff there, right? So I think there is some reality that he understands when it comes to North American trade, and I think that'll, be victorious in the end.
And to join this point, so the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, as Simon was saying, has not been eliminated, it's just suspended. So if there was a withdrawal, we could fall back on that. That involves some chaos, but not total. And Canada and Mexico are partners in the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. So they have dispute settlement and market access provisions that are there. They're largely consistent. So US-Mexico is exactly the relationship to focus on, because there wasn't a bilateral before NAFTA. NAFTA filled that role, and NAFTA was sunset when they moved in with USMCA. So you're right to focus on that. I think that would be the pain point.
I want to add in one point of clarification, just so that I'm not totally sure what you had in mind. So there might be a distinction between withdrawing from the negotiations and withdrawing from the agreement. So one thing the Trump administration could do is just say, we're not negotiating anymore. We're going to let the agreement expire in 2036. And that would not be as disruptive. That would be, 10 years from now, this may or may not happen. Whereas if they, I think what Inu was saying is if they just say, we're withdrawing from the agreement immediately, well, that's, hugely disruptive and happen. So there's a couple ways that withdrawal could play out depending on how you're thinking about it. Ricardo, did you want to add anything there?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
I just have a quick question for you all. What if the president, because he believes in tariffs and because he thinks tariffs are a good way to raise revenue, simply says, look, we're just going to have a table of tariffs in the agreement. It's just going to be part of it. Everything pays 10% or 15% or 8%, whatever it is. That's just going to be part of the agreement. What will that do to business, to incentives, to the trade relationship? It'll be a tax, obviously, even on Americans, if you will, but it's quite possible that he may no longer see it as a free trade agreement, but it's a way to establish a way to raise revenue, and it's a tariff table on everything that crosses the borders.
I mean, it's like the Trump trade deals, so anybody
I want to say briefly, we've done a lot of quantitative analysis at the Fed in terms of, economic losses, what would it imply? And it turns out to be the case that it's pretty dependent on what happens with the rest of the world as well, right? So what are the tariffs on China? What are the tariffs on other countries? How big of a hit Mexico or Canada would take? And I think that's a key issue that, it's this renegotiation lying within this more general protectionist agenda is an important factor to take into account. But in general terms, Mexico suffers the most from these tariffs, right, relative to any of the other members of the agreement.
Yeah, maybe I just add to that and say it kind of depends on where the change is made. So if you actually were to change USMCA, I think that would be a much worse economic outcome than the alternative, which would be to negotiate some other deals like Trump has already done, where you have a new tariff rate that partners have agreed to. Now, not embedding that in the text of the USMCA, and if you have in there something that says USMCA compliant goods are exempt, well, then maybe the problem is not so bad. Maybe he can claim he put a high tariff, but in reality, the real effective tariff rate is much lower than that. And so I think it all depends on the details of what that tariff agreement is, and I think we could land in a place where we're kind of where we are today. And the only thing that we're going to be really concerned about is what happens to all those Section 232 tariffs, right? So I think those tariffs are going to be really weighing in on Canada and Mexico and thinking through how you actually eliminate those and not just a baseline tariff that would be applied.
Yeah, and I would add there's a degree of fairness that will kick in. The 232s now, as opposed to the ones in the first Trump administration, which singled out Canada, are affecting everybody. So it's just raised the cost for everybody, but Canada isn't necessarily losing market share as a result. If we decide that there's going to be a 10% access charge for everybody, as long as it's affecting everybody, it'll hurt our competitiveness here, but it would at least be across the board fair. And it gets to that question of uncertainty that business talks about all the time. And a 10% tariff on everything is certain, and you don't have to guess. I worry about what Inu's talking about, the multiple rules and overlapping deals. Then we're back to the spaghetti bowl scenario we used to talk about, where business has to figure out how in the heck do we get our goods back and forth and meet all of these standards, even if we want to. It's a huge cost. Good for lawyers, but maybe not good
Maybe
for
AI
else.
can solve it all for them.
Yeah.
So I think, let me do two more questions. I don't want to keep people from lunch too long, so I see John Magnus there, and there was somebody in the back. He asked it. Okay, so then Cindy, I think. So John, and then Cindy, and then lunch.
Just a quick question. Imagine that you were advising the collected business groups. So the Chamber or BRT in the United States, Index or some similar group in Mexico, right? So on how to approach this, and I think there's this conflicting, or there's this tension, right? They're saying on the one hand, being in a review makes us nervous. And on the other hand, we really need something much better than what we have, because it needs to be duty-free trade, right? And that implies that the result has to be a quite substantial one, substantial enough probably to require an act of Congress in the United States, right? So as they try to figure out, should we try to get in and out of this review quickly, or should we try to actually turn the USMCA back into something that provides for duty-free trade? How would you advise them?
Does anyone have any instincts here that they...
Do you want to start?
I'd probably go with in and out quickly. I don't know. What do you...
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I think there's like two things you could do. The short term, be the last person in the room with Trump, right? Like, you got to let him know that if your products, your sector is affected, it's bad for the United States, right? So I think that businesses have to be very vocal in reaching out to the president specifically to make sure that he understands the impact on the United States and the region. So that's one. But the long-term game has to be with Congress. Businesses need to be on the Hill, helping Congress shape what their agenda is going to be after this year is over, when we do have a change, to ensure that it's on the radar for whoever takes office, come next year. So that's where I think we're going to have to start to think about what are ways that we can actually strengthen USMCA in Congress without the president, and how is that going to play out? And that's going to be really difficult to do. But I don't think, it's out of the question, and that's where I try to stay optimistic like Chris, that maybe one day Congress is going to wake up and perhaps do something.
I'll add, I think the key to Donald Trump is the faceless opposition. When Canadians are booing American teams at hockey games, there's nobody he can hit with a tariff over that. And so he gets frustrated and he gets mad. It's the same when the bond market reacts badly to him, or the stock market. If he doesn't have anything he can retaliate against, he really does get stymied. So if I'm in the business community, I do not volunteer to be the face, because then I'm going to get crunched. But think about ways in which the business community can generate that sense that there's criticism, that things aren't going well. And I think there are a lot of ways that, with the polling and so on, you could raise the truthful feeling, which is that people are anxious, in a way that is harder for him to retaliate against.
Cindy?
I was just wondering if Mexico free trade programs like Regla Octava, like PROSEC, factor into the review process of the USMCA. When a good gets made, it goes back and forth across the US border and Mexico border multiple times before a finished good is finally imported into the United States. If Mexico were to get rid of those free trade agreement regimes, it would be really impacting on US manufacturers. And I wonder if those programs factor into this greater USMCA discussion.
I think it definitely doesn't. But I mean, going back to what I was mentioning before, bringing in Congress is going to reflect these like uneven effects of free trade. And precisely what you're saying is that if you go to border towns and so on, those would be hit the most, right? So you want throughout the negotiation to have these people speak out and say, what are the U.S. is still a relatively closed economy relative to the rest of the world, but there are certain regions in the U.S. that are extremely open, and so the firms, consumers, and so on, workers in these particular regions would suffer a lot stepping away from the agreement.
And also, there's an interesting provision in the USMCA on data that talks about the government's making publicly collected data, obviously with protections for personal information, open and available to the public. And we've suffered for a long time in the US that our trade data is about port of entry, it's not about where things go. And yet we have electronic manifests, we know the dollar value, the HS code, and the address, maybe just zip code, right? But still, I would try to liberate that kind of data, because I'm sad to say, but us Generation X and Boomer types, we're all on our way out. The majority of our electorate in the US, and it's true in Canada as well, I'm not sure about Mexico, are Generation Z and Millennials. So give them the data. Let them use AI to crunch it, and give them the ability to tell themselves just how much trade is affecting their community, just how much the product that they just picked up off the shelf was made in North America versus made elsewhere. The truth will set us free if we put that data out there and let young people realize what is bad for us and what is good for us. And I think we could do a lot.
The truth will set us free seems like a good note to close on. I think it is officially lunchtime now. I want to let everyone get to it. Before you go do that, let's give the panel a round of applause for great comments.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have about 30 minutes for lunch. Lunch is out there. It's boxed lunch, so just grab it, coming in. Let's have lunch. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll hear from the former Secretary of the Economy, Ildefonso Guajardo, and that will be our closing keynote. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for rejoining us after lunch. Please keep having your lunch in the meantime. But it's 1 o'clock, so I want to introduce our last keynote speaker and the last conversation of the day. It's really been a very stimulating morning with the keynote by Catherine Tai, and of course the two panels that we had. And now it is truly a pleasure for me to welcome Ildefonso Guajardo Villarreal, our last speaker. And again, someone who's ideally suited to talk to us about the agreement and what we can expect. And I hope he can enlighten us quite a bit on what we can expect from the Mexican side. Ildefonso Guajardo Villarreal is a Mexican economist and a seasoned public servant with extensive experience in economic policy, international trade, and public administration. He's a Regio. He was born in Monterrey, Nuevo León. With family roots in Lampazos de Naranjo, he studied economics at the Autonomous University of Nuevo León and specialized in public finance. Throughout his career, Guajardo has held key roles across governmental and international institutions. He served as both a local and federal congressman, worked at the International Monetary Fund, and held several positions within the federal government, including Chief of Staff of the Governor of Nuevo León. His work spanned multiple areas of public service, including budgeting and public finance, foreign relations, industrial development, tourism, and economic policy. He served as Mexico's Secretary of the Economy from 2012 to 2018, where he led major national and international economic initiatives, and during his tenure, he helped advance Mexico's economic competition reforms to curb monopolistic practices and supported more than 4 million entrepreneurs in launching their businesses, contributed to the creation of millions of jobs. He also directed trade negotiations and strengthened Mexico's position as a global exporter, particularly in sectors such as the automotive, manufacturing, electronics, and aerospace. Most notably, Guajardo led Mexico's negotiating team in the modernization of NAFTA. Remember, he was in government between 2012 and 2018, and the renegotiations of NAFTA began in 2017. So he was kind of a transitional figure, so he knows a lot of what happened. And today he continues to contribute to economic development through the private sector as the founder of a consulting firm where he collaborates with businesses, academics, policymakers, and civil society. Let me welcome Ildefonso. I will give him the podium and the microphone, and then when he is done with his remarks, he and I will sit down to engage in conversation, and then we'll open it to a conversation with y'all. Welcome.
Thank you, Tony, for the invitation. And what I'm planning to do this afternoon is basically split the time half and half in order to really engage. I really congratulate the Institute and Tony for today's conference, because the quality of the discussions, I have been here since this morning, listening to Ambassador Tai and the two panels that were talking about the present and the future of negotiations, and I believe that the quality of participants is quite high. And it does, you do it in the best way. Academia, policy experts, and entrepreneurs. I mean, that never fails, because give you the full context of how you should analyze public policy. Now, let me start first with so many experts, let's remind ourselves how everything started. I had the pleasure of being part of the first negotiating team in 1991. I don't look old, but I'm old. And let's remind us how that started. There were three leaders: Mulroney in Canada, Bush Sr. in the US, and Carlos Salinas in Mexico. And it was the visionary sightseeing of President Bush to envision for the first time three countries of different levels of development to come together to integrate the largest trading zone in North America. And remember that, because it will be very important to really remind ourselves of the contrast of what we are dealing with today. Back then, those three leaders have the same ideals about opening borders, about integration, about globalization. And that made our job easier in a way. Even we started negotiating from 91 to 92, and we finished the agreement with George Bush. But then nobody expected a new star was in the horizon to become president of the United States, Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton, during his campaign, he used the agreement negotiated by Bush as a tool to say, I don't want free trade, I want fair trade. And for the first time in the history of trade, Bill Clinton introduced the concept of how to balance the benefits for the vulnerable, how to include labor rights, and how to include environmental rights. And the Mexican government, I think that they miscalculated the possibility of Bill Clinton's victory. Because once Bill Clinton won, the future of the agreement that had been negotiated with Bush was not secure. And through back channels, new conversations have to be developed with the Clinton team, Mr. Clinton's team. And I always say that when you look at things with a historical perspective, things have to align a lot of things have to align for those things to become a reality. I believe that Mr. Clinton's victory made the agreement much more viable, politically speaking, because the Salinas team convinced Mr. Clinton to go ahead with the agreement, including environmental rights and labor rights as side agreements, not as part of the agreements. And that made it possible for Mr. Clinton to support the agreement. What happened at the end, and I believe that was the case, Thanks to Mr. Clinton's political abilities, he was able to secure the majority of votes in the US Congress to make the agreement possible. If Mr. Bush had won that election, the political feasibility of the agreement to become reality would have been reduced. Was Mr. Clinton the one that had the political power and leverage to get some Democratic votes to make it a reality? So I always say that it took a Republican with a vision and a Democrat with the political ability to make that vision a reality. So I believe that history, putting those two guys together, make NAFTA possible for the first time. Now, that is important to keep in mind, because we have to remember that the free trade agreement is not only getting rid of tariffs. For the case of Mexico joining the North American Free Trade Agreement, it implied a compromise to reform your economic laws. Mexico, in the 90s, we didn't have an antitrust law. We didn't have an intellectual property law. We didn't have a lot of the new elements that will make your economy to mature and to become more transparent and trusted in terms of investment. So it was also part of the geopolitical visionary thinking of the US on how to change the world to make it better for US business, for transparency, for opening up the economy, and for integrating the world. That vision is gone with the Trump administration. That vision is not part of the action plan of what you have now in Washington. Why? Because keeping in mind that today, what is important, and that's what is in Mr. Trump's mind, is that trade is a zero-sum game. That if somebody wins, necessarily somebody has to lose. And that is obviously, as we know in this environment, is not the right way to think about trade. But that's the reality we're facing today, and that's the reality what we have to face in negotiating the first USMCA agreement. And it is interesting that when they say the new name of the agreement doesn't have free trade in its words, you are right. And I have to confess to you, the author who came up with that name was Mr. Trump himself. He got rid of free trade within the name of NAFTA, and he also liked the way USMCA sounds, because he likes to dance to the YMCA music. So it's too similar, YMCA and USMCA. And he was the one that proposed the name. He's the author of the new name. Now, let's now talk about what our challenge was in the first negotiation. Do you remember Tom Donahue, the president of the US Chamber of Commerce? When we started the process, obviously, our trouble started not with the day of the new administration, but before, when Mr. Trump was elected president. We started discussions preparing for the engagement to renegotiate NAFTA. Now, at the beginning, our discussions had to be carried with two U.S. team members of the Trump team, who became later the Secretary of Commerce. Remind me of his name. The Secretary of Commerce in the first Trump administration? No, that was USTR. That was my counterpart, Robert Lighthizer. Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross. So we started our discussion before Lighthizer was ratified by the US Congress, who took until April of 2017. We started with our discussions with Wilbur Ross and with an advisor, a former professor from Berkeley, with a Hispanic descendants, who wrote a book, a very strong book, about trade with China. Unfortunately, those discussions were trying to force us to terms of an agreement that was unacceptable. It took 5 months until we got somebody professionally equipped and very, very talented to be appointed as USTR representative. It was Robert Lighthizer. I always say that when you are going to negotiate, what you want on the other side of the negotiating table is not somebody that thinks like you. You want somebody that is an expert on what you are going to negotiate, not even if he thinks differently. And Robert Lighthizer was a professional, was somebody very able and highly influential with Donald Trump. Now, here is where the two challenges start becoming very different. When we negotiated USMCA, we have the advantage that Mr. Trump arrived in Washington knowing that he needed talented people with high qualifications to really understand how to govern this country. And so in the first Trump cabinet, we have great people like the National Economic Council of the White House, great men coming from Wall Street. We have General Keller. We have a very good team that help us to balance the views and the influence in President Trump. So the famous grown-ups in the room back then in the first Trump administration helped a lot to really influence the process of negotiations. And having Robert Lighthizer at USTR guaranteed that if you arrive an agreement with him, he will make sure that Mr. Trump will accept that agreement. That is no longer true. And I can mention at least a couple of examples, or one example, where the Mexican team today had arrived to an agreement with the Secretary of Commerce, Mr. Ludnick, and when Mr. Ludnick had to face President Trump, he will not support the agreement that he had reached priorly. It happened in the G7 in Canada, when the Secretary of Commerce of Mexico had arrived to an agreement to lower the 232 tariffs on steel. And when President Sheinbaum asked President Trump to refer to this agreement that had been reached, Mr. Ludnick denied arriving to that agreement. So it is very difficult to negotiate with a counterpart that is not strong enough to influence his boss to respect what you are dealing with in the negotiating table. Now, I will say that the final result that we achieved in the first negotiation basically reached the objective: no tariffs, no quantity restrictions, basically reinforcing rules of origin, pushing up the requirements for integration, and at the end, that definitely helped us to bring back investments from Asia during the first 5 years. Now, going back to Mr. Donahue, do you remember that he talked about 5 poison pills that were part of the first Trump proposal for this agreement? The first one, the sudden death proposal, that the agreement will have been finished every 5 years. how did we finally negotiate that to get rid of that sudden debt every 5 years? The review. The review was necessary because for 20 years of NAFTA into force, the three governments had never really done a serious review of the results of this integration. So it was required a process in which you will engage in this review. How do we change that? What do you see today is every 6 years the country will get together in the review process, and they will decide to launch the agreement for another 16 years. Now, the second poison pill that was on the table is that Mr. Trump wanted half of a car to be made exclusively in the US. How did we got rid of that request? By introducing specifically what you referred to, the $16 per hour requirement in the rules of origin. The objective of that is not necessarily to make Mexico go to $16 an hour. The market does not allow for that. But the objective of that is, at least in a different way, guarantee that 40% of a car will be made either in Canada or the US, at least reserving part of the car production in the in the US or Canada industry, giving access, not that everything will go down to Mexico. The third poison pill that came into the agreement was that the US administration wanted to limit Mexican export for fresh products, tomatoes, avocados, berries, just to happen when the US was not in production, which was a complete violation of WTO rules. We got rid absolutely of that request. And so you go on, and we found solutions for each one of those elements. Now, the China part of the process was obviously relevant. And let me share with you very quickly a story. We kick off negotiations in the summer of 2017. And I convinced Lighthizer and Chrystia Freeland from Canada to organize the negotiations in rounds, one in Mexico, one in Canada, one in Washington, and basically focus at the beginning on modernizing an agreement that was more than 20 years old. So I convinced him to move along, trying to postpone the most difficult confronting issues. So we went to modernize sanitary rules, we want to modernize the custom rules. So we basically finished 70% of the agreement within 7 months. But then Mr. Trump pressure on Lighthizer came at the early in 2018 to really start giving results in the more complex objectives of the US process. And he invited me to his office very early in 2018 to start discussing some highly sensitive issues. When I arrived to his office, the first thing he tells me, he was quite upset. He said, Ildefonso, I want you to understand that this agreement will only be possible if we have a paragraph that says, non-member of USMCA can do a free trade agreement with China. And I say, Bob, and I knew why he was saying that. Because Mr. Trudeau just went to China a couple of weeks before that to propose to Xi Jinping a free trade agreement between Canada and China. And that really made Mr. Trump furious, and Bob Lighthizer was upset. And what happened is that Mr. Trudeau went with Xi, and she said, perfect. I mean, he was really looking forward to do a trade deal between China and Canada. But then Mr. Trudeau, in his typical way, said, well, but the free trade agreement, Canada just makes free trade agreements if we include a charter that respects human rights, transsexual rights, environmental rights. And Mr. Xi looks at Trudeau and says, well, come back in 150 years. I mean, we are not ready for that. And so he came back empty-handed and just upset the Trump administration because of that move. And I told Bob, listen, a paragraph like the one you just said, it will be impossible for me to bring it back to the Mexican Congress. I cannot put on the table the Mexican sovereign right of do a trade agreement with whoever we want. But let me make you a different proposal. Let me rewrite the paragraph. And finally, the paragraph went like this. Any member of USMCA that is doing a trade agreement with a non-market economy, is not as blunt as saying China, but it's the same, has to tell his USMCA partners and share with them the proposed agreement for the USMCA partners to review it. And if they don't like it, they can exit USMCA. So a paragraph like that can be approved by the Mexican Senate. And the final result is the same. Mexico will never do a free trade agreement with China if the risk is losing its North American partners. So we found different ways to really solve the challenges. And at the end, we ended with a USMCA agreement that basically keeps the original spirit of NAFTA. Where were some of the elements that changed from the original NAFTA? And it was mentioned in this conference. Dispute settlement, investor-state dispute settlement. The original NAFTA allow any US or Canadian investors to take the Mexican government to a panel if there is any violation in any sector of the economy. One day, Robert Lighthizer comes to me and says, do you know what? I'm going to get rid of Charter 16 of NAFTA, which basically describes how an investor can take the Mexican government for a dispute settlement, because I don't want to give incentives for my investors to go and invest in Mexico. When I shared that with the Mexican private sector, they were very worried and say, no, but thanks to that investment protection, we have been winning a lot of foreign investment in Mexico. And we need to defend that charter. But my reaction was, why should I spend my negotiating capital defending something that Bob Lighthizer should have been defending? And so I say to Bob, if you want to get rid of Charter 16, get rid of Charter 16. I don't mind. Go ahead and get rid of it. I knew what was going to happen later. The US Congress, obviously listening to US investors, pressured the White House to include some elements of protection for US investment. And at the end, Bob came back to me and requested, okay, let's do a partial Charter 16. And what he included there was energy, railroads, basically government concessions. And he left out all manufacturing of investor protection. That is going to be extremely relevant because with the new changes in the judiciary in Mexico, investors in manufacturing are forced to first take their cases to the national judiciary system in Mexico before going to dispute settlement anywhere. And that increases the risk for foreign investment. due to the latest changes in Mexican judiciary sector. So far, I will stop there in terms of the USMCA original changes. But now let me talk about what was discussed in the two panels about the future of what's going on today. First of all, do I see a risk for the U.S. withdrawal from USMCA? No. I don't see a risk on that. Why? The U.S.-Mexico bilateral relationship is so complex that the only tool that Mr. Trump is using to make Mexico to collaborate with him in the ways, in the areas that he needs, migration, narcotics, the only tool is the trade agreement. He is always threatening Mexico with trade threats, tariffs, in order to put pressure for Mexico to cooperate in other areas of the bilateral agenda. If he drops that tool, he doesn't have anything to pressure the Mexican government to collaborate with him in his bilateral agenda. So I don't see any risk of withdrawal. Second, is this Canada-US issue of bilateralizing the process? Let me tell you one thing. Through the whole process of negotiation of the first USMCA, the negotiations were bilateral. Although you will have seen us, Chrystia Freeland from Canada, Bob Lighthizer and me, with a trilateral picture in launch, the strategy from the US had been from the beginning to bilateralize the negotiations. What made it trilateral is that the fact that personally, me and Chrystia will exchange information and try to share strategies for the negotiating table. But I don't worry that the US is splitting the process, advancing with Mexico first and going with Canada later. At the end of the day, the mechanism, the agreement, will keep being trilateral, because as it was said here in one of the panels, there are not incentives to really bilateralize the instrument. Now, in terms of timing, one of the panelists in the last panel said, Mexico is okay with having an agreement fast, even if it's a bad agreement. I will say probably Mexican officials will like to do that, not Mexico. I believe just like Canada, we are in the right moment to start getting this negotiation in the best track possible. Why? Mr. Trump has opened too many points of confrontation. Venezuela, Cuba, Iraq, there are too many issues on the table. This is the best moment for Canada and Mexico to state a negotiating position of zero tariffs and not move from there. For me, obviously, the cost of this is uncertainty. If you don't have a relaunching of the agreement by July, you will just keep uncertainty going in detriment or obviously affecting investment and growth. Mexico right now is paying a high price because of the 232 tariffs in the auto industry, in the auto parts industry, in the heavy trucks industry, steel and aluminum. Right now, 30% of what we export to the US is paying the 25% tariffs. Now, the problem is that the U.S. position has been in most of the agreements that they have achieved today, they have basically used a 10% or 15% tariff across all goods in trade. In the case of Canada and Mexico, it will not make any sense to accept tariffs because the agreement is a comprehensive agreement that demands from you commitment in many different areas. What will be the incentives to keep complying with the labor requirements of the agreement if we are going to be treated as other countries that they don't have any commitments on those fronts? Obviously, for Mexico and Canada, this is the moment. Now, do I see an agreement before the end of 26? I don't. And I fully agree with one of the ladies that was in the last panel saying, be ready. Uncertainty will be with us until the end of Mr. Trump's term. Even if we'll have reached an agreement. I mean, just remember, I finished an agreement with Mr. Trump and Lighthizer, and he did not respect that agreement. He's imposing tariffs that are illegal. So the credibility of Mr. Trump in trade negotiations is zero. And if that is his credibility, what are my incentives to finish an agreement with him during this administration? Unfortunately, when we review the sunset clause, why do you think we place there 10 years of time span to continue the review? Because that will take you across a new and different U.S. government administration. That will leave you the possibilities that if you don't get an agreement with Mr. Trump, you just have to wait until who comes later. Obviously, there is a cost, and the cost is high. No growth, no investment, and definitely difficult times. But unfortunately, that is the only way is there. Now, I think that it's right the time to stop my comments, and I will definitely like to see your opinions, to hear your opinions and exchange in discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ildefonso, if I may. I have a couple of questions, and then please prepare your questions because I'm going to go to you next. One of the major concerns that I have when it comes to Mexico, I think, is and listening to your story about the negotiations and your strategic thinking and what you could bring to the table and how you could read Washington, what was possible and what was not, and how to rephrase certain demands. I feel that Mexico's team may not be there. Can you qualify for us the strategic state of Mexico's negotiating team today? And I say that also because some months ago, last year, Mr. Ebrard, who's Secretary of the Economy, said, well, we're ready. Whatever the United States is going to put on the table, we'll have to reply to that. And it was almost as if they said, we have nothing to bring to the table, we just have to react. It's going to be all about what Washington demands and what we're willing to concede. I'm worried, frankly, about the ability of Mexico to really push even on the zero tariffs.
Now, let me first, definitely I have to admit that the human capital that we built through the last 25 years of agreements, Mexico is one of the nations in the world with the most trade agreements in place. We have like 13 agreements with 58 countries. And since López Obrador came into office, he is somebody that does not believe in professionalism or experience. And the Mexican trade negotiating team that has been formed for the last couple of decades was depleted in a way. there remain some of key elements there, like 15% of our team is still there. Mr. Brad has a lot of political common sense. He's not somebody technically prepared in terms of trade. Now, that can be compensated by the private sector. If he's consulting with the different industries, the positions, and there are some technical capacities. Now, at least in the kickoff process, he said his objective is go for an agreement with zero tariffs. That's what he said in his latest X publication. Now, I don't know. So far, what I can tell you is that I don't like the way they have been reacting to the US tariff imposition. I'll give you an example. 232 was not invented this Trump term, was invented the first Trump term. And I tell you the story. When they first came out, because Mr. Trump wanted an instrument to impose tariffs, they came out with 232 on steel and on aluminum, and they exempted Mexico and Canada originally. It was 2018. I met with Robert Lighthizer in the meetings in Paris in the OECD, and he was putting pressure on me on trying to agree and make it public that we agree on the automobile charter. And I told him, no way. I'm not going to finish the negotiation on automobile, because the strategy for everybody negotiating something, you will not finish one element of the negotiation that is in favor of your neighbor if you are not finishing the full package of negotiation. So I say no. And as a punishment, he said, well, I'm going to take out the exemption for Mexico and Canada, and I'm going to impose you the 232 on aluminum and steel. I say, well, go ahead and do whatever you want. He did it, and NAFTA gave me the possibility to respond to that. And what we did, steel makers in Mexico wanted me to impose tariffs on steel, US steel. And I say, no, because if I impose tariffs on US steel, I'm going to make my production of cars, refrigerators, or whatever, more expensive. And I'm not going to do that. So what we did, we analyzed the exports of the US to Mexico that were in Republican districts. And so we imposed tariffs on pork, on cheese, on bourbon. And do you know what happened? All the constituents from those districts were calling the representatives, and they were calling the White House. Within a month, Bob Lighthizer was looking for me to solve that issue. So I think that the passivity of the Mexican government of taking all the tariffs with no reply is not the right strategy. And I tell you why. When finally I understand that Mr. Trump has won the first election, I always have a couple of books on my night table for reading. And I never thought that I was going to read The Art of the Deal. So I bought The Art of the Deal and put it on my night table. And there is a phrase there that is very clear. Mr. Trump is saying in that book, if my opponent does not defend himself and just basically does not put resistance, I just roll over him. If they defend themselves, then I will negotiate. So he's telling you that you have to defend yourself. There is no way he's going to respect you if you not react to his aggressions. And that's the way we have to do it.
Yeah. I have another concern, especially in the Mexican government. The Mexican government is operating under a very different ideological framework than you did. There was a political and economic consensus in Mexico through the 90s, all the way to about 2016, 2017, 2015 or so, that free trade was good, investment was good, a market economy was good. Imperfections, yes, but there was a conviction that this was the way to go. The Cuarta Transformación, this new ideological political framework, is not convinced of that. It's, there's a new government-owned airline and refineries and trains and businesses, and of course a retrenchment of the energy sector primarily into the government's hands. And it seems to me that the Mexican government is in a position in which it wants to eat its cake and have it too. They want to have a free trade agreement and at once return to a state-led market model. And there is a fundamental tension. Let me direct your answer to the energy sector specifically, because I think it's something that might come up in the renegotiations. How do you square the peg? How do you make sure that this new ideological orientation fits with the need, forget the desire, the need to have access to the US market and capital in the negotiations? How do you deal with that, and what do you expect to happen in the energy sector specifically?
Yeah. Well, your question is right on the dot. Remember, back in the 90s, when we were doing the first trade, all these guys, López Obrador and his followers, they were opposing the agreement radically. I mean, they were really opposing the agreement. Now, it is a clear victory that 25 years later, Andrés Manuel was elected, and then he asked us to continue negotiations, and he sends a representative as president-elect to the table. Now, imagine I had the challenge on one side to negotiate with Lighthizer, and on the other hand, make sure that whatever I was negotiating was going to be accepted by Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Because even if I didn't listen to Andrés, the agreement will not be approved by a Senate with majority of Morena. So I have to be very careful in balancing my negotiating front, and at the same time, I have to negotiate something that Andrés will not oppose. And so that right, because your question is specifically energy, at some point the negotiation was confronted with a request by the representative of Andrés that he asked Lighthizer to get rid of all commitments that I had made about free markets in energy that were based on our constitutional reform of opening the energy sector. Now, this guy told Lighthizer in a private letter that he was willing to give up any other concession if Lighthizer was willing to get rid of all the impositions on Mexican energy sector. I have to share with you a very awful meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning where Lighthizer asked this guy to go with him, but he was very intelligent. He asked me and Videgaray to be present in the meeting. And then this guy very nervously said, Bob, did you read the letter I sent you last night? A letter where he was suggesting to give up other concessions in order to get rid of the commitments on energy. And Bob's answer was, Jesus Seade.
Yes.
I'm going to use just the letter. A F letter is an F letter regardless of how you write it. So he was very insulting, but he was right. Because in a way, Seade was asking him to lower the commitments on energy with the US while we had those commitments with Europe in the agreement I was negotiating and with CPTPP. So Lighthizer told, so you want to treat me less favorable than you are already treating other nations. So that was unacceptable. So at the end, there was an impasse in the process, but finally what they did was accept a very superficial change that did not got rid of those commitments that were transversal in the investment charter, in the state-owned enterprises. And so what they are trying to do of having the cake and eat it too, is going to break the agreement. Those are obviously not compliance with the agreement. So one of the things we need is for the US in this new negotiation process is to really claim a full commitment with the original elements of the agreement. Unfortunately, the way the Trump administration behaves is they may go to the table not requiring the Mexican government to go back to the original legal framework, but maybe to negotiate specific solutions tailor-made for US business, which is not the optimal solution for efficiency. And so those solutions will not help to get the agreement into perspective. There will just be like little solutions here and there for US interests that will not be beneficial for the compliance of the agreement.
Great. I have a bunch of other questions, but we do have questions from the audience, and I want to privilege that. We had a first hand over here in the middle. Okay. No? Okay. No. Then go back up here. We have in the very back, and then the middle, and then the front.
And then middle. Okay. It's making me walk.
Oh, yeah. And then we have a question over here, because we got about 10 minutes for questions, and then we have to conclude. Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to make you one question, 3 variations of answers, if you can. This is related with free trade. I want to know more about which are the sector or industry who has more benefits in the free trade, which one are the one that has less opportunity, and which one are the ones that hasn't taken advantage from the free trade?
Well, according to which country? Mexico, US?
Yeah, no, from Mexico. Yeah, I'm
okay.
Speaking from Mexico.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes,
okay, okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me take that question over here in the gray suit. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. How do you see immigration and safety or organized crime as part of the negotiation? If it's going to be part of it, or if it's going to be like a ticket to negotiate?
Okay, let me first take the second question. Traditionally, in the last 30 years, Mexico-US bilateral relations have been organized in something that is called compartmentalization, which means it's so complex that you have to concentrate. If you are going to be negotiating migration, concentrate on those issues. If you're talking about economy and trade and investment, you have to keep your efforts in that box. We never, in 30 years, mix things because that makes it very complex. Mr. Trump, in his very own way, achieved one thing. In 2019, when he looked at the figures of encounters on the border from Central America, the immigration numbers were climbing. And he tweeted one morning, Mexico, if you don't stop Central American migration to the US, I will impose tariffs increasingly from 5% to 30% if you don't stop those numbers. López Obrador, the way he reacted, rather than asking the Secretary of the Economy to respond with a trade threat, he sent 25,000 members of the national security to protect the south border. So the message that was sent to Mr. Trump is that he was going to be extremely productive by putting pressure on Mexico on one item of trade, trying to get other achievements in different areas.
He unwittingly linked them.
Of course. And now that, unfortunately, had changed the nature of our negotiation process, because those are things that are going to be linked, unfortunately. Now, you have to add to that another problem. Mexico today, Mexican government today, is much more vulnerable in terms of the interference of organized crime in some government levels. And that makes, unfortunately, the party in power extremely careful in how to negotiate with Mr. Trump. Because at least you can mention a couple of governors that they use their financing, the financial resources that they use for their campaigns can be linked to organized crime. So that makes the government in power, and the party in power, highly vulnerable in terms of US-Mexico relationships. And that can force the Mexican government to give concessions somewhere else, including trade. So that's what I'm afraid of. The vulnerability of our government had increased with time.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And the second question, I will say that the jewel of the crown is the automobile industry. Unfortunately, at the same time, Mr. Trump has an obsession with autos. He thinks that he can bring the auto industry back. It is not as easy as that, because the manpower you need for that industry is extremely intensive in some areas. The only way North American car industry can be successful if we complement each other like is happening today. Now, other areas that in the case of Mexico had been extremely successful and have not been affected by tariffs is the agricultural sector. Exports of berries, export of tomatoes, avocados, I mean, that has been increasing through time in a very sustained way, in a very strong way.
Mm-hmm. Here, we have a question right in front. So we got a couple more minutes before we close. Yes, George.
I'm George Baker. I'm wearing my my name tag from attending the Lopez Obrador inauguration. So I want you to know that I'm here to represent something. I'm not sure what, but I want to ask your attention, call your attention to your eliminating Chapter 6 of NAFTA on energy. Let me finish, and I'd like you to explain that. And most importantly, why did you introduce Chapter 8, which is unconstitutional in its respect of introducing the notion of the private property of oil? That was introduced in the hydrocarbons law of 2014. Previous to that, between 2025 and 1925 and 2009, all the oil laws did not say ownership of oil property. They said how did they say it? They said you translate it as sovereign prerogative, not ownership. So the ownership of hydrocarbons was introduced in 2014. It is not in the Constitution. Why did you include that? And my final question would be, if you were in charge, would you recommend the deletion of Chapter 8 from the USMCA?
Yeah. You are referring basically to the moment of the negotiation that I already talked about, when the new government was trying to withdraw the commitments on energy. And what happened is that Chapter 8, not Chapter 6, Chapter 8, was a chapter designed as a cooperation agreement. One of the strengths of North America is that Mexico, the US, and Canada together, we can create a powerhouse in energy better than any other region in the world. We have enough gas, enough oil to really make this region a phenomenal region, and it is a competitive advantage vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Europe, that it depends on Russian gas. So it makes a lot of sense to integrate the energy capabilities of the three countries. And the idea of the reform, constitutional reform of 2014, was to open up the energy market in Mexico for private investment. What we did, what Andrés Manuel López Obrador did, just to save face, was to get rid of Charter 8 that did not reflect the commitments that we made. The commitments that we made were in the investment charter, in the state owner, in the state enterprise charter, and so that was not diluted. And it was replaced by Andrés Manuel with two paragraphs. The new Charter 8 has only 2 paragraphs, which is an oxymoron. Like, one of them says, oil belongs to the Mexican people. That has been always true. Oil belongs to the Mexican people. Let me tell you why. And that has been part of the Constitution forever. Yes. We can check on that. But what I'm telling you is that the natural resources are owned by the Mexican, we can discuss that. But that does not change the way you can benefit that asset by opening for private investment. You can invite investors from Mexico and from everywhere else and make them compete for who gives back the highest possible retribution for oil extraction. And that comes to the budget to be spent on people. I mean, that's what you mean. The revenues of oil and the benefit of oil as a natural resource goes back to favor Mexicans. That's what it says. Nothing else, nothing new. But I agree with you. I mean, the commitments of letting foreign investment and national investment to come into the sector are right there. And that's what the U.S. has to bring back to the negotiating process. And that's why I asked Ambassador Tai why she did not pursue the possibility of a panel. She initiated the panel, but never established the panel to fight back in a controversy to make the Mexican government commit to his original agreement. And that, I hope, finally is going to be part of this new negotiating process.
There's very little time to finish anything as complex as that. Last question. Yes.
Hello, thank you, Tony, for always organizing events like this that get us together as a community, as a trilateral community. Also, thank you for being here, for traveling all the way to Mexico. My question is focused more on the future. So as you mentioned, uncertainty is something that will follow us for the next 4 years, probably.
3.
But in the next review of this treaty, I'm talking 3032, 3036, what are some of the key actions that the next generation can start taking in order to make, to make the conditions favorable again to trade between these 3 countries?
Well, one of the things that definitely you have to try to give a big impulse and to push is for more Mexican students to come to the U.S. I mean, the numbers have been going like this. I'm part of a generation, all my schooling was public. I came to do a degree at Arizona State and then at University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School, thanks to government grants. And the generation that had that privilege, we learned how to change the concept from the old textbooks that the only thing you read is that the U.S. invaded Mexico in 1847 and we lost half of our territory, to go beyond that and see what is the reality of a new U.S.-Mexico relationship
and all that we can do to improve that relationship for a new look at the future. And that happens when you let new generations to meet through education, through cultural exchanges, and the presence of US students in Mexico. That's what builds a stronger way to interact. And I'm very worried because the numbers of Mexican students in US institutions has been declining very rapidly, while Chinese students and Korean students is growing very fast. So I think that we have to do something about that. And now the other thing that we have to do is, in the new era of technology, how we can cooperate and make it easier for the new generations to interact and to open opportunities. I think the scope for the future is tremendous, and we have to take advantage of that. And do not anchor ourselves in the old ways of trade. I mean, obviously, jobs are very important in the three countries, but what is the type of jobs we want back? Do we want to defend and protect the steel industry, where the jobs are terrible quality, or you want to bet and invest in artificial intelligence and new ways of technology? I think that the way negotiators are looking at this is like looking at the past, not looking at the future.
Let me, before we conclude, let me tell you, my takeaway is whether we are, and it's a question more than anything else, whether we're going to have an agreement concluded no matter what by July 1st. And I'm becoming convinced that 90 days is just not going to be enough. There are too many things. We'll have to meet again in the fall or early next year and figure out where exactly we are. The agreement remains extant through 2036, no matter what. So it's just gonna be a matter of kicking the can down the road throughout. So this is gonna be a very complex issue. Here we keep an eye on that. Simon Lester, David Gantz, and myself keep an eye on the trade agenda on behalf of the Baker Institute. So we'll call upon you again to come and join us in the future for another 2 or 3 panels to discuss where we are, certainly after July. But I want to thank everyone, all the panelists, some of whom have just left because they
have flights.
Yeah, they got flights and the airports.
And I believe that now the US takes 4 hours to take a flight.
Yes. So I sent them off to the airport earlier because you never know if they have to wait 2, 3, or 4 hours to get through security. But I want to thank all of them. I certainly want to thank Ambassador Catherine Tai, and I want to thank former Secretary Ildefonso Guajardo for joining us today, and all the panels, and certainly you. It's important that you be here at the Baker Institute. Thank you very much, and thank you, Ildefonso.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here.